ahead and call the meeting to order. Welcome to the Planning Commission meeting of Thursday, October 2nd. May we have the roll call, please?
Commissioner Cardoza?
Here.
Commissioner Donaldson?
Here.
Commissioner Gunkel?
Here.
Commissioner Keller?
Here.
Commissioner Coomerly?
Present.
Vice Chair Tan?
Here.
Chair Moss?
Here.
All 7 commissioners are present.
All right, will everyone join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Or a moment of silence if you prefer.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, with that, we'll move on to public comment. Is there anyone here this evening who would like to speak on anything that is not on our agenda tonight? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to the action recap. Are there any comments on the action recap from our last meeting, which was July 24th?
I move approval.
I have to recuse myself. A second. Here.
Gail seconded?
Yes.
Okay. That without exception? It's like? Got that, thanks.
All right, and with that, we will move on to the director's report.
All right, well, let me tell you what the City Council has done since you last met. As you know, your last meeting was quite a while ago on July 24th. However, the City Council rather takes a recess in August, so they didn't have any regular meetings in August, although they did have one special meeting on August 6th, and then they had their 2 regular meetings on September 2nd and September 16th. At the August 6th special meeting, the council approved a joint occupancy agreement with the school district for the Emeryville Center of Community Life project, and they approved a facilities lease and construction provisions between the school district and Turner Construction. They also approved 2 measures to go on the November 4th ballot, which include a proposed city charter and a real property transfer tax of $12 per $1,000. The council discussed possible minimum wage provisions and directed staff to prepare an analysis of options for future council consideration. On September 2nd, they once again took up the issue of the rezoning for the PRC parking lot, the Pain and Rehabilitations Management Group parking lot. As you may recall, they did not have sufficient votes to pass the rezoning ordinance on second reading on July 15th, so they continued it to September 2nd, and this time it did pass. Also on September 2nd, they passed a resolution approving the termination of an agreement related to condominium conversion at the Bridgecourt Apartments, which will remain as rental, as a rental project. As a result of that, the $1.4 million that had previously been deposited into the so-called trust fund for that project is now available to the city to use for other affordable housing projects. The September 16th council meeting was very short. Everything was on consent. The meeting lasted less than an hour, and there were no planning-related items on that agenda. In other news, I just want to remind you all that the annual Celebration of the Arts show is coming up. You should have a little postcard like this in front of you if you haven't seen it before. The opening reception is next Friday, October 10th from 6 to 9 p.m. It's at Heritage Square, 6121 Hollis Street, Suite 900. I'm told that that's right behind Bucci's. I'm sure it won't be hard to find. And then the show runs from October 11th to November 2nd, so I hope I'll see you all there. And lastly, just to remind you that your next meeting is on October 30th. Tonight's meeting, which would have been the regular September meeting, was moved back a week to avoid a conflict with Rosh Hashanah, so it got pushed into October. And then the regular October 23rd meeting has also been pushed back a week just to retain 4 weeks between meetings. So your next meeting will be October 30th. And that concludes my report. I'd be happy to respond to any questions you may have.
Can you give us a little bit, just briefly, a little bit more background on the termination of that agreement with Bridgecourt? And
Well, I was afraid you were going to ask that. It's kind of complicated. I'm not sure I can really do it justice, but back in 1995, when the Bridgecourt project was approved, there was an agreement that was made at the time that they needed to convert to condominiums within 15 years, and they were supposed to deposit money into a trust fund periodically, and if they decided not to convert, then they would forfeit the money that was in the trust fund, and they ultimately did decide not to convert. There were a lot of issues related to it. There are a lot of BMR units, below market rate units, in that project, and it was staff's feeling that most likely many of the people who are occupants of those BMR rental units would probably not have been successful as homeowners, so we might have ended up with a lot of foreclosures, and the city would have lost the BMR units if they'd gone into foreclosure, and it just seemed like it was not a promising prospect, but they had decided not to convert to condominiums anyway. And so as a result of that, they forfeited the $1.4 million that was in the trust fund, which we now have available to us for any affordable housing project we want to use it for.
Was a condominium map previously recorded?
No, a condo map, I don't believe a condo map has ever been recorded for that property.
so the existing affordable rental units remain affordable?
Oh, yes. Yes, I think it's something like 40% in that project.
So does it have an impact on the housing element?
No. No. Any other questions?
All right, so with that, we will move on to our one public hearing item tonight, which is the housing element.
Chair tonight.
Okay, good evening, Chairperson Moss and Planning Commissioners. Again, my name is Kim Obstfeld. I'm a consultant. I work for PMC. I've been working with the city on the housing element update since January now, and we're in the home stretch. We're almost done here. I'm here tonight to present the housing element to you for final review and ask that you go ahead and recommend the housing element that the housing element be adopted by the Planning Commission, or excuse me, by the City Council in November. So just a quick overview. I will run back through very briefly the housing element update process, how we got here and sort of where we're at. I want to give you an overview of key revisions to the housing element since the last time you saw the document, talk through the HCD review process, give you a brief overview of environmental review for the document, and then talk through next steps and our recommendation. So the update process, again, we started with a very recent housing element that was last updated in 2010. We updated that draft to include more current information. We reformatted the draft, updated the analysis, and then revised where we needed to based on the current housing climate. Throughout that process, we conducted community outreach, which included a series of study sessions, a workshop, a roundtable discussion among housing and service providers, an online survey, and additional phone calls wherever needed to supplement that information. We then prepared a complete draft housing element and brought it around for your review, the Housing Committee's review, and City Council's review. With your permission, we went ahead and submitted that draft to HCD for their initial review, compliance review. We have received a letter back from HCD confirming that compliance, and then we're here, of course, for adoption hearings, and we'll need to go ahead and resubmit the adopted housing element to HCD for final review and certification. Just a quick overview on the schedule. Again, we started work on this in January and conducted outreach and worked on updating the element in the winter and early spring. By May, we had a public review draft housing element, so the document has been available in its various forms on the city's website for public consumption all along. We've been sending out consistently emails to folks on our stakeholder list just to let them know where we are in the process. We did meetings in June and July and did our HCD review in the summer, and we're here, of course, tonight to discuss the housing element, and we'll take it to City Council for adoption in November. That puts us on track to submit probably just need a week or so after the City Council hearing to make any revisions and final tweaks to the housing element and resubmit to HCD for their review and certification, which can take up to 90 days. But I'm finding this round especially that as soon as we submit it, it's 25, sometimes 30 days for that final compliance review, especially if there are no changes to the document. So a quick overview of revisions since the last time you saw the draft in June. We did go ahead and incorporate the program recommendations from the Planning Commission. Those included revisions to 3 programs, those related to one regarding architectural style, one regarding stormwater intrusion prevention, and another regarding design guidelines for multifamily that related to sort of open space and how we were setting up. It was sorry, I can actually look at that one. It was identifying opportunities to amend standards to promote high-quality open space and community interactions. We also made changes to reflect the actions taken by the Planning Commission and Council with regard to the Affordable Housing Program. It used to be the Affordable Housing Set-Aside Ordinance, and that was changed in July to the Affordable Housing Program. So we did update our analysis, and then there were just references to that ordinance throughout the document that we need to complete and make sure that that was consistent with the current ordinance. The fee schedule was also updated to the city's master fee schedule, which became effective July 1, 2014. That was in the appendix and also in related text. We did make quite a few corrections here and there just to fix minor mistakes and make sure the document was formatted properly. And the last thing we did was based on a recommendation, not a mandate by any means, but an idea from HCD to beef up the preservation quantified objective. And I do want to apologize to you. The draft that you had in your packet, the bound draft, did not reflect this change. So you've received an extra piece of paper that was on your desks when you got here this evening that actually shows the change. There's one paragraph that changed within this analysis, and then the preservation column in table 6.1 changed to reflect a sort of beefier preservation objective. We had initially just included for our preservation objective the 6 units that were at risk of potentially converting from below market rate to market rate during the planning period. Based on ideas from HCD, we beefed that up to include the preservation of all 721 of our existing below market rate units, which is a very viable objective. We have staff that's working every day to make sure that those BMRs stay BMRs, making sure that resales are conducted properly, conducting monitoring at rental properties, that sort of thing. So certainly something that we can stay on top of. We also added an objective within that to preserve 8 moderate income units based on the city's efforts in the predatory lending and foreclosure prevention, and 8 above moderate income units through the continued implementation of the residential preservation ordinance. HCD, we had an excellent review with HCD. As I mentioned the last time I was here, we were eligible for streamlined review based on the city's compliance with current housing element law. Our review time went down from 60 days, or what could have been 60 days, to 36 days all told. Our monitoring call, or our review call with our assigned reviewer at HCD, lasted all of 5 minutes. They had one question for us just for clarification purposes and had absolutely no changes in order to achieve compliance with state law. Just to pat you on the back and pat staff on the back, that's a testament to the work that you've done with regard to your general plan update, your zoning revisions, all the good work you've done to get to this place is very much being noticed by HCD. I got a couple of complimentary emails from folks there. They're wanting to use the city as an example on a number of fronts, and cheers to you. You've done an excellent job. So no changes from the state. That was huge. They did have the one suggestion, which came after we'd already received our letter of conditional compliance, suggesting that we beef up that quantified objective for preservation. They do want to go ahead and use the city's housing element as an example for streamlined review and post it to HCD's website. environmental review. We prepared an addendum to the General Plan EIR, which was certified in October 2009. Because the analysis in the General Plan EIR already addressed the footprint analysis of any potential new development that the housing element was relying on, so basically all of the development we were pointing to meet our RHNA and beyond had already been contemplated under the analysis in the General Plan EIR, so there was no need to do further environmental work on that. And with that, we would, like I said, like to take the document to City Council for their review and consideration and adoption on November 18th. And we'd like to recommend that you go ahead and adopt a resolution to recommend that the City Council adopt the housing element and approve it for submittal to HCD for final review and certification. And that's it. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions of staff? I have one question. Can you explain again, the preservation of the 8 above moderate units? Because those aren't BMR units, right?
Right. So HCD picked up specifically on the city's residential preservation ordinance and asked us to look at what might be a reasonable objective to address the city's efforts on that front. So we chatted with planning staff to see how that comes into effect, and one current example came to light where there's an instance where a property owner has, there are 2 units or maybe 3 units on one site, and he'd like to consider demolishing those units and creating one single-family property. Under the rental preservation or residential preservation ordinance, he needs to maintain all 3 of those units, and we don't want to have any loss of residential units, essentially. So because they're not related to below market rate units, these are probably market rate units that would be affected or not affected based on the implementation of that ordinance. We just assumed, because it's not a very frequent occurrence, probably 1 unit per year, and it wouldn't be a unit that's set aside specifically as below market rate. It certainly could be just by pure fact of having someone having occupied the unit for a long time, or whatever the rent is, or whatever the ownership situation is on the property. It could be affordable to lower incomes, but wouldn't be specifically a BMR unit.
Thanks.
Sure.
I just have a comment. I'd like to really thank the consultant, the staff, and the people all the way back to the general plan, that we've done good work at this time. And I wasn't on the planning commission at that time, but I think this is a testament showing that our work ahead of the curve is really paying off. And if the state is paying attention to the work that the city has done, I think everyone involved, the consultants, the staff, and everyone else, just really needs to be congratulated and thanked. It's a good job.
Any other questions? All right, I think with that, we'll open the public hearing. So if there's anyone here who would wish to speak on this item, please come forward to the podium. All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing, and we'll bring this back for discussion. Any comments on the housing element?
I move approval. We've been over this so many times.
And I'd second Commissioner Keller's comments. I think that this was, staff's done a really wonderful job, and all's well, so it's good.
Yeah,
I would second.
Is that a second to the motion?
Yeah.
And before we vote, I just want to echo those comments and thank Kim and the rest of the staff. I think you've done a really good job. And it's, obviously HCD thinks so as well, so that's very encouraging.
Ready? All right. Commissioner Cardoza?
Aye.
Commissioner Donaldson?
Aye.
Commissioner Gunkel? Aye. Commissioner Keller?
Aye.
Commissioner Coomerly?
Aye.
Vice Chair Tan?
Aye.
Chair Moss?
Aye.
7 ayes. The resolution passes. We will forward your recommendation to the City Council. And I would also like to thank Kim and our staff for an outstanding job.
Yes, thank you very
Yeah,
much.
thank you.
All right, so with that, we will move on to, we have 4 study sessions tonight, the first of which is,
Commissioner Moss, before you move on with that, I'd like to make a recommendation to move up one of the items on the agenda. I would like to move up the affordable housing to the first spot, and I'd like to do so for 2 reasons. One being that it'd be nice to let them do their part and go home so they don't have to sit through the other 2. But more importantly, there are elements in this plan that I'd like to refer back to in the other 2 that we're going to talk about tonight. So I'd like to bring up this one first so we can discuss it, and then have those as examples for the following 2 Avalon Bay or Avalon projects.
any, is
So it's
any,
3706.
Yeah, I'd like to bring that up first.
all right, any objections to reordering the agenda in that way?
I actually think it's a good idea.
I think that's a good
as
idea. I
well.
had the same sentiments, so.
All right, so actually, before we do that, I want to, I meant to do this before we started everything, but I just wanted to sort of ask if anybody had any disclosures or conflict of interest disclosures or anything like that about any of the items tonight.
And I believe from the message I got from the planning commission, or the director and the attorney, that I do not need to recuse myself for the 2 marketplace. So I get to stay.
That's right.
You're far enough away? Or?
Evidently with the new law. I made it by 5 feet, I think.
And I've met with the applicants for Avalon Bay for both projects. So.
And I also met with them.
And I did.
I also
as
met.
well. Yeah.
And I did as well.
I didn't.
I didn't. They don't call me.
So are we ready?
All right, so yes, so then we will proceed with items 6C, which is the 3706 San Pablo Affordable Housing Project. Can we have the staff report, please?
Good evening, Chair Moss, Planning Commission. So this is a affordable housing project for a study session today. In terms of background, this property was purchased by the Redevelopment Agency, and as part of its dissolution, it was transferred to the city to be developed in accordance with the redevelopment plan. And in 2012, the council approved a RFQ/P for the redevelopment of the site as 100% affordable housing, and subsequently selected EAH Housing as the developer of the property. In 2014, earlier this year, an ERN was approved by the council with the following provisions. That it be an 87-unit rental housing for low and very low-income households. The project should maintain an average unit size of a little over 1,000 square feet. There should be an average of 2.3 bedrooms per unit, and there should be a set-aside of 11 units for special needs population, and there should be project amenities to support family-oriented housing, such as community space, outdoor courtyard and landscape spaces, and commercial space fronting San Pablo Avenue. So this is the site. As you know, this is the former location of the Golden Gate Lock and Key building, which was demolished a couple of years ago with the approval of the council. And this is the site plan. As you can see, the site is split between the 2 cities of Oakland and Emeryville. Some of us are quite used to this happening on our boundaries. About 63% is Emeryville, and the rest is Oakland. Oakland has ceded jurisdiction to Emeryville regarding both planning permits as well as building permits. We have an MOU to that effect. Oakland would be consulted and kept apprised of the developments and the progress that this project makes, and Oakland would also be consulted when there are public improvements along the streets. So this is the ground floor, just to get you oriented. So you have San Pablo here, and you have MacArthur up here. So fronting San Pablo, you have about a little over 6,000 square feet of retail/commercial space. The lobby to the building occurs at the corner here, and this is the leasing office. There are townhomes along MacArthur, which are in sort of yellow, and the entry to the garage, there's only one entry, which occurs off 37th Street. It is a 2-story, it's a 2+3 or 2+4 in terms of 2 levels of parking, and above that you have the residential. So this is the 3rd floor, and as you can see, you have a courtyard and you have units surrounding it. There is a feature of an overlook, and this you can see a little bit more in the elevations in terms of how that looks. Each floor, including this one, has a laundry that is in green, and the third floor also has music and teen room. There's a lounge along right here on the third floor as well. This would be the fourth and the fifth floor. Again, like I'd mentioned, there is laundry on each floor, and the fourth and the fifth also have a small storage area. The sixth floor, again, you have the laundry and the storage, and there is an added element of the sky deck. Again, you can see this better in the elevations. In terms of unit mix and size, this is how it breaks down, and the average size of the overall project does comply with the ERN, and so it's between studios and 4 bedrooms. This is the cross sections. As you can see, there are 2 levels of parking with 4 levels of residential development above it around a courtyard. The maximum height reached by this project is 73 feet. These are some of the San Pablo this is San Pablo Avenue elevation, and I'm just going to skim through them because I know that the applicant has detailed presentations of various colors and materials, and we have also refined subsequently from what you have in your package. So this is the 37th Street elevation, and this is the garage entrance right here and right here. And this is the MacArthur Boulevard elevation, the MacArthur being here. And this is the landscape plan. There are some existing trees along San Pablo in green, which would remain, and there will be some new trees along MacArthur as well. The property has a peculiar leg, which is right here, which is being proposed at this point as a dog park, and we'll talk a little bit more about it later on. And this is the courtyard landscape plan, and this is the sky deck plan in terms of seating and the lounge facilities that the project provides. In terms of conformity to planning regulations, this is a district which has a number of zones. The basic zone is MURS, and there are 3 overlay zones. That's the neighborhood retail overlay, transit hub overlay, and the pedestrian priority overlay. In terms of use classification, this is a multi-unit residential use, which is allowed by right in MURS. The commercial uses as yet have not been finalized, but the potential uses that they're looking at include retail, food establishment, and also space for art galleries. The site is over 1 acre, so the entire project does require a use permit, and the overlay zones do not modify this. The effect of the overlay zone is to invoke the provisions in the design guidelines. Residential density, this lies under the base density of 28 units per acre with a bonus to 100 units per acre. What they're proposing is the base density, lower than the base density, which comes to 77, a little over 77 units per acre. FAR, again, they are in the base 2.0 zone, which can be increased with a bonus to 3, and it's below the base FAR. The height, the base height here is 55 feet, which can be increased with bonuses to 75 feet. The maximum project height here is 73 feet, so that calculates the bonus points requirements to 90 points. So the project will need to acquire or figure out how the 90 points can be attained. So like I said, the applicant has not yet identified potential source of bonus points at the time of the writing of the staff report, but I believe the applicant has some suggestions that he will be expressing to you tonight. But, you know, I'm sure you are familiar with the various categories of bonus categories, and some of those are energy efficiency, providing public open space, family-friendly housing, neighborhood centers regarding there are certain requirements for ground floor uses, which can qualify you for bonus points. As this is a 100% affordable housing project, it could also potentially qualify for points under the category of flexible public benefit. This is an overriding category under which the commission, if it so pleases, can grant bonus points for currently undefined public benefit proposed by the applicant that is significant and substantially beyond normal requirements. Parking. So for vehicular parking, there are two factors that are applicable for this site. One, that the fact that it is low-income housing, that qualifies or that reduces the demand by half. In addition, it is also in the transit overlay zone, which further reduce all required parking by 50%. So this calculates to the requirement to 37 to 47 spaces only. The proposed residential parking is 115, so they are above the required minimum. So this is permitted, provided that certain findings are made for the use permit. And these are essentially findings which ensure where the applicant gives you documentation and rationale for saying why extra parking is required, and you feel confident that it will not result in over-reliance on auto as means of transport. In terms of the commercial parking requirements, as I said, the tenants have not yet been identified, so it is not possible to kind of come up with a parking number. However, the proposed space is a little over 1,000 square feet, and local serving commercial uses of 5,000 or less in the neighborhood retail overlay zone does not trigger any parking requirements. Bicycle parking, the required is 1 short-term and 87 long-term, and they provide a lot more than the minimum requirement. So the project was reviewed by staff in what we call the DCC meeting. There was a discussion of a design treatment fronting San Pablo Avenue and the need to ensure that it did not create pockets of unsecured space that may not be fully visible. The applicant, myself, Catherine Ferper, have been talking with the police, Police Sergeant Fran Dyer, and they are still working on how to figuring out how best to have the San Pablo facade so that it can be secured and yet not feel gated. So that is sort of a work in progress. There was some discussion regarding existing trees and need for the project to comply with structural soil requirements for installation of the new street trees. It was noted that all 3 frontages will require new curb, gutter, and sidewalk. A community meeting was held last month at City Hall. About 9 people attended the meeting. A resident living adjacent to the dog park that I had pointed out, that little sliver along MacArthur, she lives right adjacent to that, and she expressed her comment or concern that she did not like this feature in the project. There was a concern regarding shortage of parking in the neighborhood in general. And a comment was made that the proposal resembled a gated community and the design would not address security issues in the neighborhood streets. In terms of environmental review, we will be doing a traffic report as well as visual simulations for the project, and this will be used to determine whether the project qualifies for an infill exemption or any further environmental work is necessary. In terms of permits that will be required, there will be a conditional use for the fact that the site is over 1 acre for height because it requires bonus height, and for parking that exceeds the maximum allowed. Depending on what commercial uses get identified, they may potentially also need a use permit, and the other permit would be design review for new construction. Some of the issues for the commission to consider, for which we are seeking your comments, is regarding the bonus points. Like I'd mentioned, the project requires 90 bonus points. What categories of public benefits would the commission prefer to see in this project to earn such points? Does the commission feel that these points can be granted under the flexible public benefit for the provision of low and very low income housing as a public benefit that is significant and beyond normal requirements? The second issue that we want your input on specifically is regarding dog park and landscaping. Does the commission think that the dog park is an acceptable feature for the project? If not, what would the commission like to see in its place? And does the commission have suggestions for the plant palette for this project? Unit mix, as you know, I always like to check in with the commission regarding both the unit size as well as the unit mix and whether that is acceptable or not. Parking, does the commission feel that the required parking findings can be made for providing parking that exceeds the maximum number of spaces allowed? So that concludes my presentation, and like I mentioned, we look forward to getting your input on bonus elements, the dog park, unit mix, parking, and of course any other issues that you might think pertinent to this project. So that concludes my presentation. I'm here for questions. If not, then the applicant has a presentation as well.
Does anyone have any questions of staff?
Not at this time.
Okay. We are told that the applicant is on his way. He was not aware that the agenda was going to be reordered, so he was planning to get here at about 7:15. So presumably he'll be here shortly.
Sorry about that. I kind of wondered when I saw you guys scrambling if I kind of threw a fly in the ointment.
So I'm going to suggest, since we might have 10 minutes, do we want to hear the staff presentation on one of the following items at this time? Because I don't.
Is that appropriate, or would that be confusing?
Well, I think that might be a little confusing.
Okay, I
Could,
don't know what else we're
you could
gonna do.
potentially take up the
break.
EBOTS item.
E-bot.
Oh, e-bots, yeah, we could do e-bots.
I don't think that will take too long. Shall we do that? Is that all right with the
Okay,
commission?
so we will table this for now, and we will move on to the Emeryville, Berkeley, Oakland Transit Study.
All right, Brooklyn. Oakland is the new Brooklyn.
It is Brooklyn.
Yeah. I keep hearing.
Oh, thank you. Now we're talking about the draft report.
I gotta find my stuff. I buried it.
So as you recall, we had some meetings where we talked about what trips people take and what problems and ideas they had. And then we brought out some options for review, and they involved some C-shaped routes that went over to BART. And then now we have taken the preliminary draft recommendations that are in this report to some groups, and they help shape it. And now you are the first group to look at the draft report. And we'll go to a bunch of other groups, the city councils, transit boards, and then we'll see how much it changes before the final. Oops, wrong way. So this report talks about transit context, proposed improvements, short-term, and a trunk line connector enhanced bus, and streetcars in the long term. It evaluates the improvements and looks at funding and implementation. So the context is that the shuttles, including the Emeryville, would continue as planned. The Emeryville does have some changes they plan to make to handle increased ridership, but there wouldn't be any changes coming out of this report. The other context is this month AC Transit is holding hearings on their recommendations that came out of their comprehensive operations analysis. One of those is to reroute the 26 to go from Public Market on Mandela to West Oakland BART, so that's an important context to be aware of. Other thing they're thinking about doing is splitting the 49 in Berkeley so that one is a 48 from Emeryville to Ashby Bart, and one is a 49 from Emeryville up Dwight to Shattuck. And we have talked with a couple of AC Transit staffers, and we have some other ideas that you'll see in a minute about that. And then the other context item is that Oakland is doing their Broadway transit study. That could lead to extending and upgrading the free B either to an enhanced bus or a shuttle, or a streetcar. And we'll show where that would be. So the report recommends several short-term improvements. Improving the Emeryville bus stops, you've probably heard about both of these already. We are in line for, if Measure BB passes, widening the I-80 ramps for an F-bus stop. And we also have been thinking it would be good to make it a better bus hub at the San Pablo 40th. Our changes to AC Transit's changes are, we are recommending that we route the new 48 from Ashby Bart north on 6th to Gilman and extend the realigned 49 that they want to take from Public Market up to Shattuck and Bancroft, which gets it to the university and 3 blocks from downtown Berkeley Bart. And then we're also, someone in Berkeley came up with this idea, extending the F line north a block just so that it will hit the bus hub at the Public Market. We've looked at the map, and you don't have to go far to do that. And that way everybody gets a connection to Transbay service there. Connecting to Berkeley Amtrak, we're recommending that the West Berkeley Shuttle keep adding more members, as it does sometimes, and so we can add Amtrak service. And if this 48 goes up there, to jog it over to the Amtrak station. And then in West Oakland, there are 2 major developers that have mentioned the idea of would it be nice to have a shuttle. So someone could get together with them and maybe form shuttles that would go maybe from West Oakland Bart up to West Grand to connect with the logistics center that's going to be on the Army base and Gateway Park that's going to be at the base of the bridge. Another recommendation is to encourage the use of AC Transit Easy Passes. I think we're already requiring them in some developments that are near that bus hub. And there's some people that would like to look at demand response transit, and our consultant thought, well, maybe that could work for late night coverage when there's not much else. So here's our recommendation. The EBOTS trunk line corridor is an enhanced bus, and it would run from Gilman, San Pablo, through Berkeley, on Hollis Street through Emeryville, and then on Mandela to the West Oakland BART station and over to Jack London Square. And some people had the idea of it going from the Berkeley Amtrak over to downtown Berkeley on University. So we left it in as a mention, but most people didn't want to do that because there exists frequent service there already. So what this thing would be a hybrid, or I put in battery bus because I've been talking with the consultant on the phone since the draft came out, and he said, oh yeah, we could put that in there. So it's not in the draft, actually. A 10-minute frequency, 15 minutes in early and late hours, 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. on weekdays, 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. on weekends. Faster travel, signal priority, 5 stops per mile. That's like 1,000 feet apart. Level boarding, that means curb extensions and buses that have a low floor and wide aisles. The shelters with lighting and cameras and trash bins and bike racks, real-time arrival info, and marketing so people know it's there. That makes a big difference. And the other proposal for the long term, this is for like 10 to 20 years from now, is 2 streetcars connecting Emeryville and West Oakland to MacArthur BART. Now what this would do would be take the part of the Emery go-around route that has the most ridership and where they're always getting crowded and trying to figure out how to accommodate all their ridership and add something to that by having a streetcar that goes from West Oakland BART. And this route would go in both directions, but I'll describe it going this way: up Shellmound, across on 64th, down on Christie, over on Powell, down on Hollis and back. And then the other one in West Oakland would go from the MacArthur BART station on 40th down Mandela to the BART station over to Jack London Square. So the West Oakland specific plan includes an O, and this would complete the O along with Broadway. The Broadway study is looking at extending it north, maybe to 27th Pill Hill, maybe to 40th, maybe beyond. maybe over to BART, maybe not. If it didn't, then this thing would have to go over to Broadway to complete the O. And it would have the same characteristics as the bus, except it would have tracks. So one thing people were really concerned about last time around was the cost, and we finally did figure out the annualized capital cost and add it to the operating and maintenance cost to get annual costs so we can compare. So the trunk line connector enhanced bus, it's 8 miles long, the buses last 12 years, that gives us about $20 million a year, combined costs. The Emeryville streetcar is 5 miles. The cars and tracks last 30 years, so you have long, even though it costs more, you have more time to pay for them. So that's about $21 million a year. The West Oakland streetcar is about 4 miles. It's about $14 million a year. The two streetcars together are about 35. So that starts to look not as much more than the bus as it did before. And then the report evaluates the improvements in several ways. It looks at ridership. They have improved their methods of calculating the ridership so it's not quite so conservative, and considers all the different inputs, the development, the response to amenities, and better looking at what the ridership rate is now. So the ridership looks pretty reasonable now. Reduction in vehicle miles traveled as people switch to the buses are based exactly on the ridership. Effects on environmental justice communities, a quarter-mile buffer around the route gives you almost the same % minority and low-income people as is in the whole study area. The reason it doesn't quite is because the study area is wider at the south end, and you can't get everybody within a quarter-mile of the route. But it would have a lot of good effects on West Oakland, reducing sales leakage and connecting people to jobs and all that. Safety and security, they have ideas about how, once we get into design, to design the stops for visibility and to keep the bike lanes continuous, minimize risks from the tracks, and of course the stops will have light, the shelters will have lights and cameras. These proposed routes would overlap a bunch of other routes, but there wouldn't be anything else that would do the whole route. There would be economic development potential from all 3 of these services, and really West Oakland is more in a position to benefit from this because they have a lot of potential, whereas Emeryville already has done some development, and Berkeley doesn't really have as much upzoning as West Oakland does right now. But it would, in Kansas City, there is they call it a bus rapid transit, but it does not have a dedicated lane. And that bus, along with a lot of government incentives, has helped to spur a lot of economic development. So there's one example of that. And we've been looking at who could run this thing and what funding sources there could be. There could be a Tri-City Joint Powers Authority. It could use a federal grant along with a bunch of different funding sources that are local to match that. Developer fees, parking tax, parcel tax, local gas tax. Or there could be a transportation association, a new one or expanded one with an assessment district that all the different people pay into. Or AC Transit could run it, or BART could run it. These agencies are eligible for federal formula funding. And AC Transit can operate with easy passes, and they are already set up to charge fares. So we got, John Schuerman made some comments on this, and I want to address both of them. One comment is he would like to reroute the F bus so that the people in central Emeryville have a direct shot to downtown Berkeley. And we thought about this when we did the transportation, not alternative, but sustainable transportation plan, and I made this slide then. Now I've added the 2 potential new AC Transit routes, so both of these parts of the route would have a route up toward Berkeley if AC Transit does that. And what this map showed was that if this change happened, the people in central Emeryville would go from having a circuitous access to downtown Berkeley to having none, and to having better, direct, and the people on 40th Street would go from having circuitous access to having none. So that's something to consider when you decide whether to recommend that or not. And then Mr. Schuerman also proposed that we run our streetcar on the pathway through Sherwin-Williams. And we'd just like to point out that although the streetcar looks pretty in the lawn, you might not want your children to play right where the streetcar is going to run, so that could reduce Sherwin-Williams' ability to meet their open space requirements through the green in the middle of that path. So, we would like to hear from you. Do the short-term improvements make sense? The shuttle in West Berkeley and West Oakland, changes to AC Transit's potential changes, demand response transit for late night. Would the trunk line connector enhanced bus be useful? And what do you think of the streetcars in Emeryville and West Oakland? And what local funding sources and operator types make sense in the long and short term? So, might take a little longer than you thought to think about all of that. I could answer any questions.
I've got a couple questions. There was some discussion of whether or not the 48 should run to the public market or continue up to Gilman. I guess I was wondering, why does it have to be an either or? What was the thinking there?
I don't have a good map of that. AC Transit was originally thinking about having two different lines splitting the 48 into two different lines, both of which would go from the public market to one to Ashby and one to downtown Berkeley. And I guess mostly the technical advisory committee thought that was kind of redundant. And people were wanting service to North Berkeley, so they said, well, let's take this one line from Ashby up to North Berkeley and have the other one go from the public market up to downtown Berkeley. Does that answer your question?
Well, the way it was worded made it seem as if the options were either to go to Gilman or to go to the public market. Am I misunderstanding?
Right. But the reason the TAC wanted to go to Gilman with that bus is because they have the other bus going from the public market. That would be the 49.
Okay. And I guess, one other question I had was Berkeley not interested in streetcars, or what was the reason that the streetcars were limited to the Oakland, Emeryville?
When I went to the Berkeley Transportation Commission, they said we would like to see streetcars but where there's density, and our density is downtown. They don't really have a dream of making Northwest Berkeley really dense. There is some growth happening there, and University Village is there, and so there is an argument for our enhanced bus going up there. But when it comes to streetcar, I don't think they really are zoned for as much density as Emeryville and West Oakland in that part of Berkeley.
And I think if I could add to that, the thing is, it doesn't preclude that from happening, because personally I believe that once we get these, everyone's going to want them. And I believe the routes that we're looking at can definitely be extended into West Berkeley when the community of West Berkeley decides that maybe West Berkeley needs to densify or develop a little more than what they're limiting it for now. So I don't think that this is going to say, we're not going to ever put them there. It definitely is going to allow us to expand into that area when and if Berkeley decides that they want to develop that area.
We didn't want to make land use recommendations. We wanted to respect everybody's existing land use plans, but thinking in the future, yeah.
When Mandela Parkway was put in and the demolished freeway taken out, I understood it was Oakland's plan to greatly increase the housing density in that area, but the locals didn't want it. They were afraid of gentrification. So has the city changed its mind now?
Oh, the West Oakland specific plan is worth perusing. It's very interesting. They want to change most of their industrial areas to be more intensely industrial, more modern kinds of industry, and more employing the people that live there. And they want to convert some areas that are there are some places where there's kind of a mix of uses and there shouldn't be, and they want to kind of extend the neighborhoods a little bit and make a line between the residential and the industrial more clear. And they want to have extensive residential and employment development near the West Oakland BART station. But they have not proposed a lot of residential along Mandela, and mostly. There are some nodes.
Our line was to go, wasn't it?
Well, I think the increased density of West Oakland, that the streetcar would serve would mostly be non-residential. It would mostly be jobs
Oh.
in the area.
And existing residential.
On the trunk line connector, you mentioned that the stops would be proposed like 5 per mile. Do you know, do you have statistics on like how long the estimated trip would be, the length of that from Gilman to Jack London Square?
The whole line is 8 miles.
I mean time-wise, how the duration of the trip?
Yes, they did say that. See if I can find it real quick, because I don't remember. Page 18. Say. Maybe it didn't say. Oh, here we go. 40 minutes. They're estimating about 12 miles an hour, which is actually what buses mostly do, because with all the stops and everything.
And what about the streetcar loop? Do we know how long that would take, or half of it would take? I guess you're
We're
really
guessing
going to ride all
about
the
the
way around.
same as the bus. We're trying to get a bus defined that is as much like a streetcar as possible with the level boarding, and if it's a electric bus, it would also have more smooth, quiet riders, a smoother ride. Streetcars, generally, streetcars might go a little slower than most buses because they have a smoother start and stop. But if this bus already has that, they might be about the same.
I just have one thing I wanted to mention as a correction in the, this is the draft report on page 7. There's a mention in the top first item of bullet points, the 4th Street in Berkeley is mentioned twice. It's the 4th bullet point down in the 1st column and the 3rd bullet point down in the 2nd column.
Yes.
So I want to take one of those out so it don't look we're trying to pad our.
I like that idea.
Chair Moss?
Yes.
Just as a point of information for the commission, the draft report talks about the proposed AC transit route changes. That's kind of given as background information and to inform the recommendations of the study. They are not recommendations of the study itself. They're just basically background information. But I'm not sure if Diana really emphasized this. Those AC transit proposed route changes have not been finalized yet. They're a work in progress. They're still being studied. And just, I think this past week, AC Transit announced a series of community workshops on their proposed route changes, which you might be interested to know about. There's a number of them, one of which is happening as we speak in West Oakland at the DeFremery Center, which is where we had our EBOTS workshops for West Oakland. But they're all over the AC Transit service area, but there is another one coming up relatively close to us, and that would be on Saturday, October 18th from 10:30 to 12:30 at the South Branch Berkeley Library, which is on Russell Street. So if you're interested, you can also, of course, go to their website and submit any comments you might have there. But if you're interested in the AC Transit route changes, there are workshops going on right now.
And Charlie, was there also an invitation to take a survey on that email?
AC Transit?
Yeah,
There might have been. Might have
Okay,
been.
so I just wanted to mention that for information.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions?
Any other questions of staff? All right, then with that, we will go ahead and open the public comment. If anyone would like to speak on this item, please come forward.
Hi, my name is John Sherman, and I've been working on the streetcar project since 2006. I think we gave our first presentation to the Planning Commission in 2006. It started on a Thursday night and ended on a Friday morning. It was probably pretty painful for the Planning Commissioners. But I wanted to say thanks to everybody from the Planning Commissioners that listened to a very, very nervous, pretty dreadful PowerPoint presentation, that first presentation, to the people throughout the general plan update process that listened. But throughout the process, people were really cautious. They were like, John, this is really ambitious. I don't know about this. It's like, this is costing a lot of money, but There were very, very few people that said, don't do it. There were a lot of people that said, we're Emeryville, we do ambitious things. We're going to proceed really cautiously with this, but let's look forward at this. And one of the things that gets us, I think, is having that kind of vision. Even though the streetcar may be 10 to 20 years down the road, what it gets us is this study that has us all communities working together to work for better transit. So I encourage you, even though if you may think this is like overly ambitious, to keep in mind that this is moving transit forward, and that's a very important thing. One of the things that I think got lost in the study, and the emphasis on going to West Oakland BART. The reason people want to go to West Oakland BART, what I hear often, is because they want to get to the BART station so they can get to San Francisco. I think there's a better way to do that, and that's what the rerouting of the F bus is all about. I think we really have to have a very efficient way of getting from downtown Berkeley to Emeryville to San Francisco. Make that a semi-express bus, and then provide good access to that, whether that be bike share or pedestrian paths or just different ways to access that. But we need to really shorten that transit time on that. In my 3 short minutes here, the other thing, the Sherwin-Williams, don't be afraid of streetcars. If you would like more information on streetcars, go to our website, www.ebot, Emeryville Berkeley Oakland Tram.info, and it gives you illustrations or videos of watching a streetcar. They are not BART trains, and they often are put next to pedestrian corridors, working one with the other. You'll have a bike path, a pedestrian path, and a streetcar path. It's very common in Europe. We just experienced a lot of that. And also what I showed was a very simplistic diagram of routing it right through the middle. Things could be planned around that. So I don't think we have to worry about kids getting run over by the streetcar. Another thing that the plan mentions that I think is really an opinion is that the streetcar won't, I'll end it there, it won't cause economic development. I think that's an error. I think the fact that we have a Wareham building that's sitting empty right now, we don't have Site B developed, we don't have a lot of things developed, is a testament that we still need to invite economic development here. Streetcars are a way to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on this item? All right, seeing none, we will bring it back for discussion then. Would you want to start at this end?
Yeah, I guess I just have 2 primary comments. One is just to sort of repeat what John said regarding the F line. I think I definitely would like to see a direct route into downtown Berkeley that's consistent, reliable, and I was actually surprised to open this up and see still, 2 bus routes, having to take 2 buses that do a circuitous route and go down MLK and don't continue down Shattuck, where, I guess to me, these solutions that we're looking for should mimic what people are already doing when they're driving. And so, so that one surprised me, and I think it's key to have, whether it's the F, and I think the F makes sense, but some way to get from downtown Berkeley straight into Emeryville and ideally straight into San Francisco. Where I disagree a little bit is I love the streetcar idea, and I think we need it, but the route that makes the most sense to me, and I think the route that most people take if they're traveling from West Berkeley to Emeryville to Oakland, is on San Pablo, if it's not the freeway. And San Pablo is it had at one time been a thriving commercial corridor. Parts of it are starting to kind of get revived, but it's a slow process. So much of it needs that energy, that spark, and to me, that is the corridor that needs a streetcar more than anything. It's the route that, literally all the way up through into Richmond, it's the route that needs revitalization more than anything. It's the route that people are taking. It's always packed with cars. It's just lined with commercial or empty commercial spaces, and to me, if we're going to do a streetcar, what the first route I'd like to see is one that starts at Jack London Square, goes down Broadway, hits San Pablo, goes on San Pablo as far as it can go. Those are my comments.
Yeah, I'm definitely in agreement with Commissioner Gunkel, and I don't think that streetcars are an outrageous idea. I think that they are the idea that we need. So, I mean, I would like to see that pursued a lot more readily than just the bus improvements. I think we need to really push aggressively to have streetcars and not keep pushing it out to the 20, 30-year milestone, because we'll never get it. As far as the route, in my mind, San Pablo is the most natural route to have the streetcars. That's the connection that most people take, as Commissioner Gunkel was mentioning, from between Oakland and in Emeryville and up to Berkeley and beyond. So it seems it makes sense to me that that's the route you would choose. So those are my comments.
Yeah, I think that if a streetcar were to go in, that it could be a loop that went around San Pablo in both directions and did serve more the westerly part of the community as well. So that would work. I'd like to know a little bit more about how the demand response transit works for late night, because that's the time when people are most reluctant to be taking transit. It's the time where you feel the least safe standing at a bus stop or a transit stop like that. So I'd like to get more information on how accessible that is, how quickly the response is for that. I think that having a more frequent direct contact to San Francisco without having to transfer through West Oakland or MacArthur would be good for Emeryville, and I would support that. Those are my major comments.
Well, I agree with Commissioner Gunkel and Commissioner Tan that San Pablo is the boulevard that we should encourage to grow. It's also wide enough that it could accommodate streetcar tracks without any difficulty. And it's more in the center of things.
Yeah, I always thought it was kind of the elephant in the room. There's this big middle part of San Pablo that's lovely landscaping, but it was, since the many years I've lived here, I've always thought that really ought to be a rail line. And I also agree that I think the West Oakland area needs to be further developed in terms of direct routes and more of a circular loop in that area, and straight to Berkeley as well, in terms of, I'm not sure if it would be bus or, but those are, yeah. All in all, though, I'm really happy to see the moving forward with the streetcars.
Encouraging to hear. We'll get onto that a little bit more, but I'm glad Commissioner Gunkel brought up the F line. If anyone ever takes that, it is such a fast way to San Francisco. It beats BART hands down. You get on right under the Powell Street Bridge, you get on the freeway or the bridge, and the next stop is the San Francisco Transit Center. It is there, it is fast. And if we could connect that to downtown Berkeley and San Francisco, we'd have a winner. It's just, when I had my broken collarbone, I took that home once, and it is such a circuitous path, and you spend 45 minutes just to get to, 4 miles into Emeryville on the F bus now. So I think we're missing an opportunity by not asking AC Transit to take that route seriously. It is our only Transbay bus from Emeryville to San Francisco during the weekend. That you can use it. It's every half hour. And if we sped that up to every 20 minutes and it was more direct to downtown Berkeley and San Francisco, you'd have a winning route there. So I really think that even though this study hasn't really paid that much attention to it, we need to apply the pressure to AC Transit to look at that more seriously. Going on to the streetcar on San Pablo, once again, that's more of a Berkeley route, which really isn't interested in the streetcar, it seems like, and it's certainly something we can add. What we have to keep in mind is now San Pablo is now part of the I-80 corridor. When I-80 is having its problems, their electronic boards are going to direct all that traffic to San Pablo Avenue. So San Pablo Avenue, as soon as that system, I can't remember what that system is called. Does anyone you know, what the Caltrans is doing with the I-80 upgrades, the
Integrated Corridor Mobility Project.
Exactly, thank you very much. So San Pablo is the alternate to I-80 when that project starts. So putting streetcars on that kind of corridor. But what John and I have always suggested is that we put the streetcar on 8th Street, because basically streetcars run better on low volume streets because they don't impact the traffic that's on there, and people feel much more comfortable. And the thing about streetcars that is really an education to learn is they're really the main vehicle that augments pedestrian use. So what we envision as is someone who works in the North Hollis area can jump on the streetcar and come down and do business in City Hall on a lunch hour because they wouldn't have to drive. They could make the time where they couldn't walk. So a lot of what's successful in Portland with the streetcar is how many people can use it to go just a little farther than they would want to walk, but it saves them from driving their car. And so that's one aspect that's often overlooked in that. I'd also like to hear more about the transit demand, because we often travel and come home into San Francisco late at night and end up having to take a cab because we can't take safe transit from BART to Emeryville. And if we knew that we could call on BART and have a vehicle waiting for us at MacArthur BART to take us home, that would be really great. So I'd like to hear more about that. Are we now going to answer the questions that you had directly, Diane? Is that what we want to do now? Because there's the questions of do short-term improvements increase and make sense? And
That's what we were hoping you were doing.
okay. Well, I have on all those bullet points, the first bullet points, they say yes, that the increment expansion of the trunk line makes sense to me. It's something that we could move forward with very quickly. And again, I go to a gym off of Gilman Street. I can't get there by public transit. I have to bike or have to drive, because from Emeryville, there's no way to get to Gilman Street. And I think that's the corridor of service that we're lacking. So I think rather than going to downtown Berkeley, the 51 does that straight up University Avenue. So I think whatever bus system we figure out, whether it's the 48, the trunk line, it needs to go to North Berkeley. And I think the proposed, of course, the streetcars in Emeryville and Oakland is something I definitely agree with, that we should do it and look to doing it sooner rather than later. And I think there are many of the local and federal funding sources that we have mentioned and looked at are definitely viable and stuff we should look at. And I also think we could look closer at rearranging our PBID, coming up with a paid parking source. All of Portland, at least when they first started the streetcar, their city garages funded their streetcar. So I think there are other things that we could look at. And once we get moving in this and we really want to start seriously considering it, then we can start looking at grants, because you can't apply for a grant until you're ready for it. So until we have something that we can actually present, it's all pie in the sky. We could look at this funding source, but we can't apply for it until we're ready to do something.
So let's see, my comments. I have a few comments. One, yeah, I just want to stress the sort of the economic development nature of this. I really see this as more sort of less of a transit project and more of an economic development project. I was reading an article actually just last week, I think, about streetcars and their amazing ability to harness economic development. There's some really good case studies. I think the one that's the most interesting to me is the South Lake Union streetcar in Seattle isn't really, it's not a very interesting transit project. It doesn't really go very far. It doesn't really get you anywhere that used to be interesting, but it's really leveraged an amazing amount of investment in that neighborhood. Amazon has located some offices there, and other companies are starting to do that, and projects are starting to be built. And so I really see this as a great economic development tool for Emeryville to continue with, and really for West Oakland as well. I'm actually, I was a little bit surprised by the desire for a streetcar on San Pablo, just because I think San Pablo right now has excellent transit service. There's a really good combination of services. You have the 72R, which really is a fast bus. And you have the 72M and the regular 72 if you need, if you're getting off sort of between those rapid bus stops. So it's really a well-served corridor, and I really see the the streetcar as a way to expand transit, and like I said, to spur economic development. I did want to comment on the F bus changes. Diana, I was hoping that you wouldn't mind putting the slide back up that showed the F route.
Let's see.
Yeah, that's the one. So I think this slide is really telling. The F is a great bus, and if I commuted to San Francisco, I would take it instead of BART, most likely. And it's great. The route, I think the existing route is great because it serves a lot of people. And it's not, I think the bus is not slow because of the route. It's slow because of all the stops, and it's slow because AC Transit has had so far the inability to change rider behavior to get people to exit the rear of the bus, which is a huge thing that would really speed up bus times dramatically. It sounds simple, but it really would. So, you know, when you look at this map, for example, look at all of those dots on Market Street. They're just redundant, and you know, this bus could stop half that much, maybe even less, which would really dramatically speed up times. And even the spacing on 40th, I think, you know, some of those stops could be eliminated. Maybe San Pablo and Hollis and Bay Street is all we need. But I wouldn't want to take the F bus away from the riders it now serves on 40th Street, as well as the really busy transit hub of 40th and San Pablo, where there are people waiting for transit at all hours of the night and all times of the day. So, and because I think, as Commissioner Keller said, it's the only Transbay bus that we have access to on the weekends. So, I think taking it away from that important transit hub is really something to avoid. But I do love the F, and I think it really could be sped up, and it really could be a better asset for Emeryville residents. So I think that concludes my comments. I'll just say I also do really love the idea of the circular sort of streetcar route. You know, when I first started thinking about this study, I was thinking of it as a way to go north, so I was a little, when I first saw these changes in the final version, I was a little bit disappointed, but then I started thinking about how I might actually use it, and I think I might actually use that circular streetcar route even more than I would use a route going north. So for what it's worth, I think I'm happy with the recommendations.
I'd like to respond to Commissioner Keller and Commissioner Moss regarding the streetcar. I mean, I guess I view it as a big investment, and it's going to be controversial. I mean, it is wherever it happens. And so people need, I mean, it's going to require a lot of buy-in. It's going to require that it really matches what people, the way that people see the city working or the cities working. And I think that it also should be something that responds to what we already do. I think that, in my mind, a streetcar works where there's a route that's already established that needs to be solidified in people's minds so that people actually move their, you know, there is economic development in those areas. The 72 is always crowded. San Pablo is always crowded. I don't think routing more vehicular traffic of people who are trying to get from point A to point B down San Pablo is going to benefit San Pablo and the retail and commercial spaces along San Pablo at all. But I do think putting a streetcar in along San Pablo will definitely benefit them. And I think that going from San Pablo, you know, through San Pablo down Broadway to Jack London Square is a key, you know, it's the obvious route to Oakland, downtown Oakland, Jack London Square, everything that's going on there, everything that's going on along San Pablo and Emeryville, pockets through Berkeley, and pockets through El Cerrito, et cetera. And I'm guessing that once this is, you know, once this is started, every city is going to know this is the right thing to do and buy into it. I think that trying to create economic development in areas, you know, utilizing a streetcar in areas that don't have a demand for that, that kind of demand right now for public transit. Those are the places you put in buses first. Those are the places you put in, loop routes, so that you start to establish it. And later on, once once that demand is there, then you look at that. But, at this point in time, for that amount of, the amount of money, the political issues that are going to come up, and really needing to address those and create a vision for people that they're going to buy into, I think the route down San Pablo is really the way to go.
Any other comments?
All right. Thank you. Good comments. This will be coming back to you for consideration of adoption in December, I believe. Of course, that would be for consideration of a recommendation to the City Council for adoption.
All right, so with that, we will go back to our tabled item of 3706 San Pablo Avenue Affordable Housing Project. So we have already had the staff report, so we will now invite the applicant up to give us a presentation.
And I want to give him my apologies for moving the item up on the agenda without your knowing.
Well, I want to apologize for not being here at the start of the meeting. That's on me. So, while Amiru's setting up the presentation, I want to say that we have had a lot of meetings with city staff about garbage and recycling, about public art, about police service and fire, planning and building. We've met with the housing committee, and we've had our neighborhood community meeting as well, and we've gotten a lot of great feedback for the proposed project as it currently stands, and we're looking forward to your comments as well. So Jessica Music here from KTGY is our architect, and she will present our proposal. Thanks.
Good evening, everybody. As Felix said, I'm Jessica Music. I'm with KTGY. We prepared a presentation tonight, and Miru probably touched on most of this. So we'll try and go quickly and kind of open it up to your questions and comments. And I'm going to breeze past some of this stuff. This is an introduction to EAH, which Felix has already given you. Apologize, it looks like there's a slight delay on my clicking and flipping through the slides, so I'll try and go a little bit slower. Okay, so site context, everybody I think knows where in the world our project site is. Is this better?
You need to speak into it.
Okay. So our site is bordered by West MacArthur Boulevard, San Pablo, and 37th Street. This slide basically shows our project site. Basically, up at the corner of West MacArthur and San Pablo, we have the leasing amenity space, and then stretching down along San Pablo, we have retail space, and that's about 6,100 square feet of retail space. Off of 37th, we have the vehicular entry into the project. The entry point that you see kind of on the bottom right-hand side of the slide accesses the lower level of garage parking, and then the vehicular entry that you see actually closer to San Pablo accesses an upper level of garage parking. Because our retail space actually is 22 feet tall, and that's from finished floor to the top of the podium deck, we have volume to basically have that extra level of garage parking and provide adequate parking for the project. Along West MacArthur, there are townhome liner units that screen that garage, and then along the 37th Street edge, we'll have decorative art and planting that helps screen that garage. The entire building sits about 10 feet back from basically our Oakland neighbors. And as we move through the building diagrams, you'll see that the actual building massing sets back even further from that property line. All in all, this level of the project provides 55 parking spaces and 3 residential units. This is an enlarged view of the leasing space in the project. And that leasing space will include a reception, lobby, offices that function for the project staff, a homework room, an enlarged club room, fitness rooms, restrooms. That club room will have a connection to the lobby, and that fitness space, has eyes on it from the small office that you see off of the elevator lobby. And then the homework room, that'll be open to residents and the young students and stuff that live in this project, and they'll be monitored by management staff. 2 entries at this area. The entry off of San Pablo and West MacArthur on the corner, and these are the doors that you see here. And then a secondary entry for residents that allows residents to come straight into this elevator lobby and straight up to their units, as well as access to that lower level of garage. This is the view of the second level of residential parking, and you can see the speed ramp that takes you directly up from 37th Street. And then you can see the upper level of the townhome units that line West MacArthur. This is the view of the podium deck, and you can see the units lining the street along 37th, turning the corner, and a small active adult overlook that breaks the facade along San Pablo, and then units continuing around West MacArthur. All of the units are organized around a large central courtyard, and that courtyard will have amenities that serve the families that live here, such as a tot lot and, just kind of this is definitely our more active zone. We're showing things like a fun gaming chess center and active seating and areas for young kids to ride tricycles and things. Setting back off of our Oakland neighbors, we have our Zen Garden, and this is supposed to be more of a quiet, more passive zone for residents. And then you can see how the building sets actually back from our podium edge 20 feet, and then basically our Oakland neighbor is 10 feet further from that for a total of 30 feet. Also located at this level is a teen music room and another lounge space for residents, as well as community laundry services at every level. The rest of the levels basically 2 through 4, are very, very typical and very similar. And as we move to our uppermost level, we have a sky deck located in the south east quadrant of the building. And it's almost 2,300 square feet. And that's basically, we've removed units in this zone to include this space. In this area, we felt like provided a nice relief to our Oakland neighbors, as well as just it was a nice opportunity to get sun exposure onto this space. And this area will be programmed with barbecues and seating areas, and it's just another kind of hangout space for residents. This is just a quick summary of kind of our project statistics. All in all, we're 87 residential units, totaling for 199 actual bedrooms. Units range from 630 square feet for a studio unit up to 1,575 square feet for our 4-bedroom townhomes that line West MacArthur. And the majority of our units are 2-bedroom units and 3-bedroom flats. Parking at each level, we have 55 stalls at the ground level and then 60 stalls at the second. Total interior amenity space is close to 6,200 square feet. And again, that's comprised of the lounge, the fitness center, and the fitness room, everything like that. The exterior amenity space totals about 17,000 square feet, and I think just an abundant amount of outdoor relief area for the families that live here. These are some conceptual sections through the project. Section C is basically taken from the San Pablo Street edge, kind of through the project to our Oakland neighbor. You can see the volume of the retail space and then the 4 levels of units above, as well as the large family courtyard. And then you can also see how the parking works, as well as the relief to our Oakland neighbor. the garage wall setting back 10 feet from that property line, and then the majority of the building massing setting back 30 feet from that property line. This bottom section is actually taken from West MacArthur back to 37th Street, and you can see how the sky deck notches into the building. This is a view of the project, basically standing at the corner of 37th Street and San Pablo. This gives you a view of the corner of the retail space, as well as the 2 garage entry points along 37th Street, and then starts to kind of represent the 4-story massing above. The project has a really pretty rich material palette. What you're seeing down here at the base is a lap siding and in different plaster treatments. Up above, you'll see a brick veneer, and again, plaster and hardy between the windows. We're using large glazing along all of the street edges, and also interesting window breakups. And then this is a view of the 37th Street edge. And you can see the decorative art screens that we're using to basically, turn this garage edge into just an interesting art opportunity. And right now, those screens are basically laser cut, showing some decorative fenestration, but it can really be anything. This is just a concept and idea at this standpoint, and EAH will continue to work with artists in the community to develop that concept. This view also shows the relief along our eastern edge, and it shows how the building steps back from the podium edge, and as well as the Oakland neighbors. And this also shows the relief in the massing up above where the sky deck is located. And then this is a view standing on West MacArthur looking back towards San Pablo. So this area where my mouse is hovering is actually the leasing entry. And you're looking down West MacArthur towards the townhomes that line this edge of the garage. So it's important for us that the architectural treatment kind of continue all the way around the building. And so you'll see that brick veneer wraps not only San Pablo Avenue, but it turns the corners and wraps onto West MacArthur and 37th. We've used these elevator lobbies as a transition point for that building material, and we transitioned to something just a little bit simpler, more of the plaster and more of the hardy panel. And this is a view standing on West MacArthur, looking back towards San Pablo. And again, you can see the townhome liner units on the lower left-hand corner, and the massing above, as well as the building relief as the building massing steps back from the Oakland property line. And I think that actually concludes our presentation. So if you have any questions, we're happy to answer.
I have a question. So the hardy panel, is this the faux wood hardy plank that you're planning on? So
it's not actually a faux wood. It's actually we call hardy is a manufacturer. It's a lap siding. It's a fiber cement board. We would suggest that we use a smooth panel, no fake wood grains or anything in it, trying to stay more contemporary and kind of just honestly more honest with the material. So it's a painted product.
So the rendering that's the main rendering, it looks like it's ePay rain screen or something along those lines.
It is, and I would say that rendering is from our RFP, the actual original proposal that the project has developed since then, and we're suggesting a hardy panel instead.
And the only other question I have is, this may just be a situation where you're duplicating the same unit plan in different conditions, but it looks like you've got a unit plan with, one side sort of has the windows and the living room on it, and the other side has the kitchen and the entry and no windows and a refrigerator against that wall. And that, I see where that runs in the corridors or, double loaded portions of the the exit balcony, but then when it opens up to the courtyard, those same plans are shown without any windows facing the courtyard. And it looks like you've got the exiting necessary to allow for actual openings in those walls. Is that just a situation of dropping in the same plan over and over and not modifying it yet for specific conditions?
Potentially, and maybe go back to the building plan and kind of see what you're referencing.
See it there you can see it where, you know, where there's two units facing each other, you know, in a basically corridor type situation, that, you know, I can understand the, you know, seeing that there's no windows and the refrigerator against that wall, et cetera.
Correct.
But then when you come into those units facing the courtyard, the same plan is being used with the no window there and the refrigerator facing the...
Yeah, that is deliberate. There's some efficiencies when we can use the same unit plans throughout the building and not have too many variations. So that is a deliberate effort, and we're trying to be mindful of that. This area also is an exit balcony, and having openings onto that requires certain code implications to those windows that we haven't explored yet.
Yeah, I mean, I think my understanding is if you've got two stairways each way and no dead-end corridor, you can have openings, even non-rated openings in those situations. But yeah, it would be good to see some interior courtyard elevations, because right now you don't have any windows facing the courtyard on those sides. It just seems
Correct.
I have a question, if I may. Can you describe, there is a extra parking over the requirement. Can you talk about your reasons why?
Yeah, I'm going to let Felix address that.
I'll address, the parking. So our property management, right here, you know, even in our RFP response, we've always been very concerned about the parking count. We believe that, you know, each one of our units should have one parking stall, and we have the 6,000 square feet of commercial space, which in our conversation with potential tenants said parking was a critical piece of locating at that place. We recognize that, you know, Emeryville has a 50% reduction for affordable housing, as well as a 50% for the transit overlay. But I don't think they should be double counted to a quarter of the, you know, otherwise normal requirement. So if we use just the 50% reduction, we're actually fairly close. Once you add in some of the commercial parking, the guest parking, we have 2 stalls that we're going to reserve for car share stalls. It comes pretty close to the 115 that we have. The neighbors, you know, at the community meeting have expressed that street parking is extremely limited due to the frequent overnight street cleaning on MacArthur that prohibits people from parking there overnight. So they have expressed deep concern about our development overloading the streets. And so, you know, we're developing a parking plan. I'm talking to AZ Transit right now about easy passes for our residents. We're following all of those things, and we're bike parking above our requirements here as well. So we want to make sure it's a transit-friendly development, but at the same time, make sure we also provide enough parking for our residents and the commercial use.
And the dog park, I assume it'll be fenced, and would it be accessible for the community or only the?
So that is another discussion I'm going to have with the immediate neighbors next week. I'm going to meet with them separately. They have expressed some concern about having the one particular neighbor who is immediately next to that strip has expressed concern about having a dog run there. So we're going to sit down and talk about what some other viable options are. And right now, many things are on the table. Since we have a a gated community in essence, where people will have electronic keys to get into the building. We can potentially extend those keys to some of our immediate neighbors in the block, so that they also can use that particular outdoor ground level space. And we would be able to control some of the hours and the access. But that is on the table right now.
And just staying on that subject real quickly, the idea of this dog run is not something like people would have in their homes where you go to work, you throw the dog out in the dog run, and the dog sits there all day and barks. And they're also using it for the owners when they're walking their dog. They're obviously going to clean up after the dog immediately. So I think if the neighbor is maybe not understanding that this is a place where people exercise their pets at the moment that they're with them, they clean up after the pets. So a noise issue and a smell issue is really not something as related to people who throw their dog out in their backyard for the whole day and clean up once a week. So I think that's the way I was reading her concerns, and that maybe we just need to translate what this purpose is for that, because dog parks and dog runs are in very high demand in all developments today.
So do you generally have pet-friendly buildings?
We have pet-friendly buildings. We limit the size and the number of pets a resident can have, but they would have access throughout the building. So they could walk them along the courtyard level as well. But this was an area where we would be on the ground. We can have real landscaping that could accommodate that use, and we thought it was a good idea. But we'll keep working that out with the neighbors.
Has there been discussion of other? It is an odd little spot, but have you talked about community gardens and different things like that? Has there been a response to that?
We have thought about community gardens. It's on the north side, but the neighbor who's immediately adjacent was also opposed to a community garden, with the impression that sometimes they're not kept up to the level that they should be. We've had great success with our community gardens in our other properties, so we feel like that, like the dog exercise area would not be a concern per se, but we need to work that out with our neighbor.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding the plans correctly. So the two levels of the garage would not be accessible vehicularly from each other, is that correct?
That's correct, and that's a space-saving design. It eliminates a ramp internal to the garage, and it frees up parking stalls.
And then I have another question, which is, does the building code require both elevators? And if so, sort of what's the requirement there?
No, the building code doesn't require both elevators. It's more for convenience. Usually our rule of thumb is we try and provide at least one elevator for every 60 units. This project has 87, so it's kind of right on an in-between state, and so we're providing two.
Right, and our property management team has told me that we should keep the two elevators just in the event of one of the elevators not working. So when it's being serviced or when it's out of service for whatever reason, that the residents have another means of getting up and down because of the size of the project.
As a building manager, I would definitely recommend that.
Cost me more money though.
Yeah.
Well, I question the little planter beds that you have there for the community. About 12 years ago, I put together a affordable family development in Bay Point that your company is currently managing. And I visited it about 4 years ago, and the planters weren't used at all.
I think sometimes it depends on the property and then the property staff. So we had a property in Morgan Hill that just opened recently, and it's it's a senior property, 40 units. There's a group of about 12 residents who go out there on a weekly basis that tend to the 6 beds that are out there, and it's in great shape. So I think some of it has to do with the interest of both the residents and the staff.
Well, I would think senior housing would probably like it very much. But family-friendly housing, the people are too involved in other things to get involved in it.
We do have family projects also that have gardens, and our resource coordinator use it as part of her educational after-school programming. So we've planted herbs there. They're a little bit lower maintenance, but it's a nice feature.
Could you also talk about the Paseo sort of porch, I'm not sure what you'd call it, along San Pablo, and maybe address staff's concerns about
Sure.
that?
You want to start? Or I mean, the premise was that we create this space that is an indoor-outdoor space that would be utilized by the commercial tenant that could lease the space. And we've gotten some feedback from staff and from the police department that because it's a covered, somewhat obstructed view location, and because of its location and the nature of the current neighborhood, that it could be potentially an issue during certain hours of the day when it's less used. And we agree with their assessment, and I think in our next iteration, when we come back for the actual entitlements package, we're going to push that facade out. But we're still exploring the options right now, whether we do all of it out, whether we fence some of it. Those are on. We're exploring the options.
So I actually don't really understand that space. So is it sort of an arcade?
It is an arcade, yeah. So the idea was, if we had a cafe, for example, then during 3 seasons out of the year, you could have an outdoor seating area. But how you enclose that at night when the cafe is closed is a question. And so given our trade-offs here at this particular location, I think we're gonna take most of that away.
Actually, that's another question I have. So you mentioned a cafe. The space is labeled as retail. I didn't see that it would be ventilated to allow a full-service restaurant. Is that correct?
Right. Right now, that has not been put in, but that was also a comment that if we were to look at long-term viability of the space and the potential that it could become some kind of food restaurant use, that we insert a flue, and I think the architects are going to look into that.
There's a portion of the arcade that looks like it's where right now it's where the entrances to the retail spaces are from, and it's got walls and it's less open. Is that part of the closing off, or what's the intention there?
These plans don't reflect any of the changes that we propose to make to this arcade. They're reflecting kind of the design that we had originally.
Okay. What was that initial?
It was just to announce the entry, to differentiate kind of the entry of the retail from the rest of the arcade.
Okay.
Also, they're the overlook.
And it's directly under the adult overlook.
Okay.
So it was just an architectural feature.
Okay.
Any other questions for the applicant? Thank you. So with that, we'll go ahead and open the public comment for this item. Was there anyone present who would like to speak on this item? Please come forward to the podium. All right, seeing none, then we will bring this back for discussion. Why don't we start with Commissioner Keller this time?
Okay, I am prepared. Basically, what I really want to express is I really like this design. This is amazing to me. I think this is one of the best designed new apartment buildings I've seen pretty much since I've lived in Emeryville, and I've been here 12 years. I love the limited use of stucco. And when I say the area, going back to that, I mean not only just Emeryville, but I mean in Oakland and in Berkeley. I think this just really harkens back to our historical aesthetic, but yet is still contemporary. It doesn't plagiarize any of our historical the brick use is reflective, but not copying any of that. The windows, as you mentioned, are just great. Living in a place that has 9-foot-high windows, I really value when I walk into my house that I see right out and I see space, even though I'm living in a small apartment. You know, you have the feeling of space, and I think a lot of the apartments that are built really lack that ability to capture the beauty of our area. It's a great variety outdoor space. I'm just surprised you're just barely over an acre and you have 6 designated outdoor spaces, and I fully support the dog run. I fully support the garden area. I mean, look at the schools in Berkeley that are teaching kids with Alice Waters and, you know, all the healthy foods. So I think that's a crucial, it's a small part, and I think it can be managed. The Zen garden is amazing, the overlook, the sky deck. I mean, within an acre, you've got 6 varieties of really great different outdoor space. So I really commend you on that. The overall community feel of the complex is really there. It definitely does what we're asking this to do, and it's really to tie the community together for those who want to be that way. I'm just amazed at the several varieties of, you have 8 floor plans. You have 87 units, and there's 8 different floor plans, and I think that's just amazing. I love the how you could tie in a kind of contemporary look of the townhouses in this building that isn't totally really contemporary. And to me, it harkens back to a lot of the apartment buildings I like in Portland and how they interact with the street. I think that's just a great job. How your laundry rooms have windows, so people aren't going to feel they're in a dark cave. My laundry room is interior building, and it's not a very pleasant place to be. And I think this is great that it's going to still connect with the community, and people that are folding their clothes there, if that's where they decide to do it, are going to be in a natural light place. The decorative panels on the garages are wonderful, and this is one of the reasons I wanted to bring this project forward first, is because I think those are a great example of garage screening and ventilation and almost public art. And it's done on Oak Walk, maybe not to the effect that it could be, but I think this shows what it can really be, and I really, really like those. I like even as they look, I don't think you have to change them, but I just love the time you put into this, and it's just, for low-income housing, I look at this thinking, okay, if a developer doing low-income housing can really raise the bar, I'm raising the bar for other groups that they need to meet this. That this is just an amazing job. Recommendations I would have is, I think you need bike lockers, and not all over, but I think that needs to be an option to people. I bike, I use a locker. I have a secure place to put my helmet, my gloves, my sunglasses, my bike pump. I park my bike in the same place every day. As a bike commuter, that's very important. It's and you're overparked in cars, so I think you could take a few parking stalls away, put in bike lockers. I've even identified some spaces on your floor plans. And where we live, we have square lockers and we have triangular lockers, which work front to back, and I have some pictures I could share with you on those. I would recommend putting those in. They don't take up a lot of space, but I think some lockers for serious commuters and people who need to secure their products, bike pumps and et cetera, need to have that secure space. Let's see, the addressing of the public comments, I wasn't at the meeting, so I can't address that, but I think we kind of hit on that with the dog run. I really think that that's a viable thing that most people want in their units, and the Bond building down in Jack London Square has one that's similar shape to yours. And I think if you want to open it up to the public, you could put a gate on the Linden Street side that can access to the neighbors, but I don't really see why that's a problem, but I really like that. Parking, again, you're over what we're asking as a city, and I understand the community's concern. I think a lot of the people that are concerned are what I call old school, and they're people who primarily themselves drive and have trouble parking, but what we need to do is build our buildings on the new paradigm and the new way of promoting transit, and I'm glad to hear you're talking about Easy Pass, because I'm going to make that a condition of approval if my fellow commissioners will go along with that. I find that for all projects, we need to make Easy Pass a condition. So yeah, I really, I didn't have any questions. Your plans are very clear to me. I really am excited about this, and I really can't wait to see it come.
Okay. Well, I echo your sentiments. I'm very pleased with what I'm seeing here. The use of materials, the thoughtfulness, that is wonderful, just in terms of how the units are laid out and the entire layout as well. It really shows you gave it a lot of effort. And I would like to see elevations in the courtyard. I think that would be very helpful to understand what that's going to feel like. And I think it needs to be possibly more, I'm not sure, maybe I misunderstood, but another outdoor kitchen, or at least a grill, some kind of grill on that 3rd floor. Is there any at all at this point? Some outdoor eating areas? In the
sky deck.
Can you go to the microphone, please?
We're planning the barbecue / outdoor kitchen area at the sky deck level.
At the sky deck, and that's on the 6th.
That's on the top floor, yes.
The top floor.
The 6th floor.
It'd be good to have on both.
Okay.
I don't know, it just seems like people like to eat outdoors. It's a way to bring the community together.
Well, let's call this a Zen garden.
Yeah, you know, I'm not sold on the chess set. Anyway, whatever. It's minor. I alluded to my concerns about San Pablo Avenue, but I wanted to also say that I think one of the commercial spaces, it would be wonderful to have a restaurant in there and to have the proper venting and the possibility for an outdoor eating area. It's really great afternoon sun there, and it would be well utilized, so I didn't want to totally discourage you from that. And I have no problem with the extra parking. You made the point that there is, just kind of got double counted there. So I actually think that seems, and you're going to have 2 car sharing pods. That sounds good. Maybe even another would be decent. I think that's it for now. Thank you.
I agree. I think it's a wonderful project, and done a great job. I also agree that we should not cut the parking by very much. Maybe at some time in the future, if it's not used, the space could be used for something else, but I think now it's important that there at least be 1 parking place per unit. Other than that, I think it's a great project, and I hope you can get the tax credit financing or whatever you need to do it. And I was curious to know whether parking was one of the requirements that you have to meet to get tax credits.
Tax credit defers to the locality for parking. So if the locality is not requiring 1-to-1, then tax credit won't require it either.
I see. Okay.
One thing I should note, though, is that I'm not sure if it's the case here, but I believe sometimes the funding for affordable housing does not allow unbundling of parking. So I'm not sure if that's true in this case, but our code does have a provision that says if it's required by the funder for low-income housing, then unbundling of the parking is not required.
Perfect.
I was going to ask about the unbundled parking, but so thank you for that.
I read your mind.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, I also think that this is a higher quality design than we see from most of the for-profit people that come in here. And I really do like the mix of units. I appreciate that some of the larger units are on the courtyard and are facing the courtyard and have visual contact with the courtyard so that people can have their children in the courtyard and be able to see what's going on down there. But I do agree with Commissioner Gunkel that those units on the east side, if there's a possibility of them also having some kind of visual access to the courtyard, I think that that would be a really good idea. I don't think that the parking should be cut in quarters. I think that people, if we're trying to provide family-friendly housing for people with 3- and 4-unit apartments, that people that are working and have kids and are having, there's a need for some parking spaces and cars. And if it is more convenient and cheaper for people to take the bus because it is in a good location, the car can stay in the garage, but I think that there's a need to have those parking spaces. So I would think that we could find a justification for the number of spaces. I don't think that what you're asking for is excessive on that. In regards to the lobby entry area on MacArthur and San Pablo, I like the amenities that are there, but I would love to see if you could work out a little bit more flexibility so that the club room lounge could be a little bit bigger, because one of the things that I've seen in a lot of multifamily projects that work well is having that community room that's big enough for a big family gathering, birthday party, anniversary, something like that. And this one, you know, the outdoor spaces are wonderful, but our weather is not always wonderful, so it's nice to have a place that's big enough for an extended family or a community gathering meeting or something like that. And it looks like this club room is a little bit tight for that. So if somehow it could be paired with the homework rooms so that those could double up, or, you know, if you could look at ways to make that a little bit more flexible so that it could be expanded if that was something that the community wanted to be having happen. I think that I do think that there is really, I think that part of the reason that you were picked was because you did have such a lot of open space for families. I think that's one of the considerations that went into getting that, being chosen for this project, and I really appreciate it. But the materials I appreciate, and keep on going.
Okay. I also agree with the other commissioners that this is a really great first pass on this design. What I think would be helpful in your upcoming presentation would be to show the relationship of this project to the other project across the street, the Maz building. I'm just curious to see what your facade will look like, or the landscaping and dog park will look like as it's projected against the other neighboring project. What I liked about this design is similar to what was mentioned here, especially the open space. I like the fact that the design really incorporates breaking up the massing with the overlook and with the sky deck and the terrace. As far as the mix of materials, one of the first things I jotted down was wood, but then it sounds like that's not necessarily in the plans right now. If there's a way to move back to that, I think that will really make this project stand out, and it all depends on budget. But I think that's something that, as a planning commission, we are definitely interested in seeing more of that mixture of wood, concrete with the brick. I mean, that more design diversity. I think the metal panels are great. I'm just concerned that the hardy panels or the hardy lap siding won't add as much visual interest, and it might actually detract from the great product that you have elsewhere. As far as the layout of the family size units, there's a really great mix, as has been commented earlier. I like that we've had a lot of discussion about family-friendly housing or family-friendly units and what makes up a family-friendly unit. And I think that we haven't really reached a conclusion on what is a typical family-friendly unit. Some people prefer to have privacy in terms of having your parents' room separate from the kids' room, and others favor a more communal approach of having all of the rooms open up onto a central gathering space. What I like is that you incorporate both, so people can sort of choose what best suits their, their parenting style or their family needs. Let's see. As far as the townhouse unit, I'm wondering if you could maybe introduce some additional concepts for that in the future. Right now, there are 3 bedrooms upstairs. There's a lone bedroom downstairs. The laundry facility is upstairs. So someone's going to have to carry their laundry up and down the stairs, and that's something I'm sensitive to, living in a 2-story house. So if that's something that you could look at in the future. As far as let's see what else. Upper floor. I wasn't clear on whether there are units that have, that are ADA accessible, so is that something you can talk about?
All of the units will be visitable, and they will be adaptable to be ADA. And then I believe now the current requirement is that 10% of them are built out handicap accessible, and then 4% will be hearing and visually impaired built out.
Okay, so when you say adaptable, did you mean that it will incorporate universal design principles?
Yes, but universal design is a large and mostly undefined, but kind of generally defined. So, we will have the 5-foot turning radiuses in the kitchen and the bathrooms. There will be blocking behind the toilet and the tub, but not the actual handrail itself. The cabinets will be 36, so that's going to be on a granite, so that's not adjustable. But so most things are, but the cabinets will have a removable front, so that if somebody requests accommodation, we can take out the front of the sink, and it will be a roll under type of situation.
Okay, thank you. So as far as, we have a list of issues to be considered. I was going to go through mine, but do we want to wait till everyone's had their comments and then come back to that? Or as far as bonus points, the questions that were being asked?
I think we were sort of hoping for that now. If we need to go back to it for more staff direction.
Okay, so then I'll go forward with that. So as far as my preference of bonus points in order of most important would be the flexible benefit of the low-income housing, universal design. Oh, where am I? No, I've got the wrong notes here. I'm going to have to come back to that. Where did I get that? Oh, no, that's correct. Sustainable design. Those are my priority ones. As far as the dog park and the landscaping, I think that the dog park is fine. I think that, we need to possibly make it more accessible to the community. And as far as the unit mix, I'm fine with the unit mix. I think that it's accessible. I would, as I was mentioning earlier, would like to see accessible units, kind of see what that layout looks like and what sorts of materials are going to be used that you were describing. And I think the parking as well is fine the way it is. For the area that's the retail now, I agree with the other commissioners that it's going to be important to include some sort of provisions for a restaurant or eating establishments so that it can activate that area and hopefully address some of the security concerns. And then I think it will help to make that to make this project more incorporated into the community and not so much a gated community that the only folks that are there are the ones that live there, that we actually have people coming from other parts of the city to this location. And those are my comments.
I want to address the bonus points question. I know that was asked by staff. We can identify 50 points right now that we're committing to, and that would include LEED certification at the gold level minimum, alternative energy that would cover 15% of the load. So the first one was 25 points, the second one's 10. Energy efficiency at 10% over the energy code, that's 15%, and that sums up to 50 points right now. And once we are further along in our process, I think we can identify potentially the remainder of the points that would be necessary.
What was the second one again?
That's the alternative energy at 15% of the building's load.
Okay.
Or displacing 15% of the load.
In the form of solar?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, I'd like to reiterate what everyone else has said. I think it's a very commendable design. I couple of the things that I already mentioned. I think that there's ways to work those unit plans out that do face the courtyard. A lot of market rate condos and apartments nowadays are putting the ranges in the island or peninsula, which could free you up to put the sink on that wall that could potentially be the window wall and move the refrigerator to the side wall. I agree with, so that, I guess the RFP, this rendering that reflects what was in the RFP, where this appears to be like an e-pay rain screen or something along those lines, is, I think there's a earthiness and a nice quality to it that hardy, siding, painted, smooth, hardy siding doesn't have. And I think moving away from, I think Emeryville's seen a lot of not so great uses of lap siding and hardy siding, where it just sort of, I think it detracts from everything else that you've got going on here. So to be able to use higher quality material and it's not in large masses in general. So I think the cost could be offset a little bit there. I think with looking at the skins, just seeing I think the weakest link in the overall sort of skin of the building is the darker fiber cement panel portions that you're using to kind of divide the, or make changes in the facades. I think it works okay at the elevator towers where you've got the sort of the narrow slit windows, but then it just seems like at a couple of the other portions, that's the least resolved portion of the facades, and I'd like to see some alternatives there. I like the arcade. I'd love to not see that get lost. The corner lobby, I did want, basically the corner lobby or reception area, I just question how many of the residents are going to utilize that as their primary entry, or are they more likely to come around the side and go in directly where the elevator is? And I think, as much as we're trying to activate the street here, the more that they're, coming out that corner, the better. And I get that there are a lot of amenities along the way, and if there's a particular intention to utilize one portion of those amenities, then maybe it will draw them from that elevator over to the reception and out to the corner at San Pablo. But I mean, ideally, I'd love to see the elevator actually over there. But if you can't figure out a way to do that, just some way to open it up more to that corner so that it's not this kind of zigzagging route to get over there that will pretty much prevent most people from taking that path. Yeah, I'd love to see that overlooks is such a great amenity, and if I get the idea of having the barbecue on the sky deck area, if that was the term you're using, but I think the overlook would also be a great location for a barbecue and bar. I guess I did, when walking around the site, the one thing I noticed, and the one thing you can sort of see from this aerial view, is at the southeast corner there is an existing two-story, I think, flats, apartment building, I'm not quite sure. And I think it's just going to be key to really make sure that, I mean, it's nice that it's the Zen garden back there on that upper level, the second floor level there, but, and I see that there's some trees that are called out as sort of screening trees, but it did seem like there were a good amount of windows on that side of the house, and just really taking it, being conscientious of people not being in the Zen garden staring straight into somebody's bedroom or whatever is right there. Yeah,
we've been in conversation with both the owner and the renter who lives at that location. And pending our resolution with fire and the egress on the podium, this strip here in between, we're hoping to be entirely vegetated. Actually, some of our swales or our C3 processing will be there, so it will be very well planted. And then the podium or the garage level is actually the 22 feet structure. So if we put the house, next to the elevation, then they're of similar height before you get to the Zen garden. So person on the Zen garden will actually be looking the roof.
Down at the roof.
Yeah,
Okay.
of the adjacent building.
Okay. Yeah, and just, you know, some working out the play structures and things like that in the courtyard. It's great that you've got some sort of adult spaces. I love the way that the interplay between the overlook and the courtyard. It seems like the courtyard's primarily for kids and, you know, families. But just, you know, trying to figure out a way to one, make sure that, you know, I too don't know that the chessboard is something that actually gets utilized that often, but then also making sure that the play equipment is not of materials or design that detract from the overall experience, and that they're not too plasticky. I mean, there are a lot of more high quality play structures nowadays, and just making sure to utilize those. That's it.
Can I make one more comment? Somebody brought up the fact that it might be nice to have a larger sort of assembly space. And looking at the plan on the second floor, it appears the volume for the 2 stories high for that entire corner where the leasing office and amenities are, and that part of it could be brought down to 1 story high, and in the area above it you could put a larger room that could be used for parties or events.
At the second level.
I mean, just a thought.
So I also want to echo, you know, I know this will be redundant, but I just want to echo all the positive things that have been said here. I think you have done a really good job. This is a really good proposal before us. I was just telling the staff the other day that I've, from the very beginning, I felt like this was the strongest proposal, and that is even more evident now for this site. I think you've done a really great job with the outdoor spaces. There's a lot of them, and they serve a lot of different purposes, and I think that those are really going to be an amenity for the project. I do that you've sort of made my job easy tonight. I had a couple of big item comments that have already been addressed. So I know we're not really supposed to take into consideration the economics of a project, but I know that projects of this nature, affordable housing projects, the financing can be really difficult, and it's a little bit like puzzle pieces. But so you've already addressed my 2 biggest things, which are, one, I want to reiterate Commissioner Keller's comments about the Easy Pass program. You said you were already looking into that, so that's encouraging. I would also second the notion of requiring that. I think this is, if there's no other project that could really benefit from that program, it's this one. I mean, this is you know, lower income residents on a major transit corridor. It's prime for that type of program, and AC Transit does offer amazing discounts through that program. So, and then the other thing is, I have some concerns about the viability of the commercial space as a space for retail, and those are kind of twofold. First is just kind of the shape of it. While I think it wouldn't be impossible to, design the interior improvements for that space, I was trying to kind of do it in my head, and there are some challenges. So I think, if you have an opportunity to make that space any more rectilinear, I think that would probably benefit the space. And also, I'm just also concerned about it as a viable space for retail. There's not a lot of other retail establishments of that size in this, close proximity to this. I do think as a restaurant space, it makes more sense. There are some There are some restaurants, and there are starting to be more. There's, directly across the street is Lane Splitter, and down the street you have B-Side Barbecue. So there are some really quality restaurants in this location. So I would support requiring the proper shaft for ventilation for a full-service restaurant in that location, because I think that's going to be the most viable use there. And then, in addition, I just have a few other little things. Let's see. The parking, I really can appreciate the sort of the perfect storm of parking reductions that made your requirement really low. I do think that the provided parking seems high to me. It's, there are 87 units, so at 1 per unit, you still got 28 spaces over. So I think more in the neighborhood of 100 spaces would be more appropriate. That would still give you 13 space. They still give you 1 per unit and 13 spaces extra for the retail. And there is a lot of on-street parking here on San Pablo and on the side streets, which I think patrons of that commercial space will probably utilize a lot. As far as the dog run, I'm sort of sympathetic to the next door property owner. I think if I lived that close to it, I'm not sure that I would want a dog run there. So I'll just sort of say that and leave it to you to have discussions with that owner. I'm sympathetic to a point, but we also need to do something there that will look good and be an amenity for the community. So. I'm not sure what else that is, but I heard some things that were ruled out that I sort of thought were good ideas as well. So, we'll give you that guidance as you move forward. And then just a couple other things. So I think one of the important goals here is to. I hate the word activate, but I will say put more activity on the street. And I have just a couple of concerns about how this project and how the residents of the project will interact with the area, with the community outside of the project. I think, and Commissioner Gunkel really started to touch on that when he was talking about the elevator, and I would really actually support moving the elevator closer to the lobby. But in addition to that, I'm actually more concerned about the other elevator, which is at the other end of the garage, and which would allow direct access into the building without having to interact with anything really. So I would really like to see that elevator. I would really like to see both of the elevators in the lobby. I hadn't initially thought about moving the one elevator closer to the reception area, but I think that's a great idea. And just looking at the plans, there might be some space to do it. I'm not sure. I don't know what IDF stands for, but there's a small IDF closet or something that probably that might be.
Sean, can I interject just something in that thought? Think of you're living in there and you living at the opposite corner of the complex on the 6th floor, and you're carrying armloads of groceries. Wouldn't that other elevator on that side be more convenient? Or if you've gone to IKEA or something like that, I would hate the idea of having to go all the way from that corner up and then all the way across to the other side of the building. I think it's a little more functional of reality. just my suggestion. I don't want you to change your thing if you don't believe it. That's just something I feel that.
Yeah, and I'm not. I mean, I've always wished at where I live that I was forced to go down onto the street to enter my building, because I think it really detracts from the street life, actually.
Yeah.
And then to that end as well, I'd like to see on the townhome units that face MacArthur. I'd really like to see the corridor on the backside of those units eliminated, so that the access from the units was just from the front door and not from the rear. I think that's really important. That's something these comments are actually very similar to comments I'm going to give to the projects that we will review later on tonight. So it is something I feel really strongly about. So I will just conclude there.
So what I'd just like to add a couple other things. You're up to 50 points, it sounds like, which is really quick and really good. And I'm looking at your list here, or the list here that's provided to us. And I've circled quite a few of things that I already see in the project, such as public improvements. I mean, I think this project is a public improvement just being this project. The transit, the easy pass for the transit demand management. If this isn't family-friendly housing, I don't know what we could do to make family-friendly housing. Public art, it's a neighborhood center, it's universal design. So I would think you could probably hit every point on this list at one point or another. So I don't know that we're going to have a lot of difficulty coming up with 90 points to give you the height bonus that you need on this. But that's just my feeling as a commissioner. And then as the points that we're asked to look at, the issues to be considered, the bonus points we just went through. I feel the dog park is fine. I think the plant palette is good. I just think and I think we have the mandate that it needs to be bay-friendly. It needs to be durable. When our tour of what we did into a lot of the affordable housing projects, landscaping takes a beating. and in some places, it ceased to exist. I can't remember the project where we walked up the stairs and there were planter boxes at each landing that were empty. So it's not only important to put it as a concept, but make it something that's going to survive a family-friendly environment. So somehow protect them. The unit mix, as we discussed, is yes, and I definitely think what you're doing is fine in parking for if we do a restaurant, they're going to need some kind of parking for employees and other things. So I think knock it down a little bit, put in some bike lockers, and I think you're there.
My one other comment is that I appreciate the efforts that you seem to be making to involve the neighbors and talk to the neighbors and talk to the community. That's really, really important.
Any other comments? All right, well, thank you.
We take a break.
Yeah, yes. And so, yes, and I would, so I'm going to suggest that we take a short 5-minute break before we continue.
properly. I never knew I was doing it wrong.
What's the right way?
Well, the way he does it, he can do it in one. Oh, mine. It's just, he said, it's something about this, using, like, don't do this.
Shows he's
Really
interested,
all
that's good.
in the elbow, and it's just.
That's funny, because this I would think you would.
I haven't got it.
All right, so we'll reconvene the meeting, and so we will move on to our last two items, the first of which is both our marketplace redevelopment items, the first of which is the Shellmound Site. Can we have the staff report, please?
Okay, so you've been hearing about the marketplace, different components in the past year. So just as a bit of a background for you, as a reminder, as well as for those who are watching at home, the council in 2008 approved the marketplace PUD PDP. And this project included a number of elements, essentially remove the existing surface parking lots in the in the existing marketplace and create a mix of uses that included as many as 674 units, about 180,000 square feet of retail, and about 120,000 square feet of office. In October of 2010, the Commission approved an FDP, or the Final Development Plan, for the first phase, which is currently under construction at the corner of 64th and Christie Avenue. This is a 93-unit residential building. Last year in December, the Commission, at a study session, reviewed a proposal for the realignment of Shellmound Street and construction of a garage with ground floor retail and a new grocery store. This proposal has been deferred to a later stage. Then later on, in July, the Commission reviewed a proposal for the Christie Avenue Park redesign and expansion. This is moving forward. You will be seeing a second study session on October 30th, and then in the December meeting, we are expecting this FDP to come up for your consideration for approval. So this is the FDP for the Shellmound site. So just to align you, we have the railroad. This is the approved marketplace PUD at full build out. So what we are looking at right now is this building encircled here. So this is, and in terms of their proposed PUD at build out, this is the building right here. So like I was mentioning, this is under construction, 64th and Christie. We looked at the park proposal earlier this year. And last year, we were looking at the realignment and the garage with the retail at the bottom, as well as a grocery store here. So that, as I mentioned, has been deferred at this point. And then, of course, you'll be hearing later on today on the theater site. So to see the two sites that we are going to be talking about in context of the larger marketplace area, so we are first looking at the Shellmound site, which is about a little over an 2-acre site. And this is the building footprint. And I wanted you to point you to the direction of the pedestrian bridge connection. So the bridge, so this is the railroad. So the bridge is coming down here, and then it makes a turn here and then comes down. So, and this is the building footprint, and this would be the entry to the garage, and there'll be more slides to that effect. So just to give you what the building is going to be, it is a 2-story over 5, 2 plus 5 as we call it, podium building. You have 218 units, 2 levels of parking. They're going to be using puzzle lifts, and the building is going to attain a height of 78 feet. The ground floor plan, so the frontage along Shellmound is going to be retail. It's about 15,000 square feet. Behind that is the parking, the lobby, and the lobby in the leasing area is right here. The retail trash and loading occur here. And we have some bike parking on that level as well. This is the ground floor circulation. Let me see, okay. So this sort of, the blue is circulation of pedestrians, the yellow is circulation of bikes, and the red is the vehicular circulation, and the green is how trash would be, how the trash would work. So the parking, I mean the vehicular circulation, this is, like I said, is the entry to the garage, and this lines should actually extend and they would come back here. So this is a better idea of what is going on at this level. And the reason I have highlighted this is where we see some amount of conflict occurring. You have the bridge, so basically the stairs to the bridge and the come down here, so the pedestrians and bicyclists would have to move across the plaza over the driveway. So you would have car going in and out of the building, and then you have the plaza area to which the pedestrians from the bridge would be coming out. This is the upper level circulation, that's the second floor, and this is kind of, it's not too clear, but shows the bike and pedestrian circulation on the bridge on the third level. Going back to the floor plan, this is a courtyard around which you have units, and there's a small fitness amenity for the project, and this would be on top of the lobby. This is the typical floor plan for the 5 levels, and this is the division of the unit mix and the average size per different kinds of different type of floor plans. This is the preliminary landscape plan. So essentially what is happening on the ground level is that they're creating 2 plazas, which is right, one is the main one here, which connects to their landing of the pedestrian bridge, and then at the corner here, they have a small plaza. Along Shellmound, what they are creating is parallel parking spots, as well as a bus stop, which is going to be proposed at this point here. In terms of the treatment of how the driveway is going to work, they're going to be using bollards and truncated domes in order to create as much of a plaza area effect that this area can support. You also have biofiltration measures and a couple of trees where the darkened sites are there. There's also a dog run, possibly a bioswale. This would be underneath the bridge. In terms of the streetscape along Shellmound, essentially, like I mentioned, there are some parallel parking areas. So that area, it's either a parking lane or a planting area, and that's about 8 feet. And the clear walkway is 10.5 feet.
Marie, while you're on this slide, can I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
Is that tree a viable specimen that could actually end up growing there, or is this pie in the sky dream?
Maybe it may not reach that tall, but there are trees.
And it would be that wide and healthy and with the...
Well, I mean, the architects and the,
well,
you know, it's image. It's an image. Yeah, it's
because
an
I know
image.
what's growing over at Christie Park, and it's London planes that don't look like this. So.
Well, I mean, you know, it's an image, as I said. So this is the lobby. So we are looking west, and so this is the tower of the bridge. And so this is where, if you're crossing the bridge, you would come down past the lobby and hit Shellmound here. This is Shellmound looking north. So essentially, Hyatt Place is right here, and they are looking in this direction. So these are all retail storefronts, and on top you have residential units. This is the rendering of the bridge across railroad. So as you can see, it takes a right turn. There's a new building tower, and then the stairs downstairs, stairs going down to the plaza. This is the aerial view of the plaza and the bridge tower again. So essentially, you know, this is the bridge. You come down here, you are going to pass this driveway, and then come to this plaza and reach Shellmound. Now, the bridge connection is what staff has been focusing on and talking with the applicant as well. So this is the rendering of the original PUD, approved PUD, where the bridge connection was to take. So this is the building that we are discussing, and as it was conceived in the approved plan. And the bridge connection came in this purple area right here. So it came right through, straight onto the shell mound, and the idea was it would be act like a grand staircase. In our discussion, the applicant had in one of their renderings, in one of their iterations, shown an alternate bridge connection. So this is at the 3rd level, where the bridge would be, the landing of the stairs down would be closer to Shellmound into the plaza. So these are at the ground level, and then they had how the plaza would actually work. There was a question from Commissioner Tan, I believe, regarding the easements that exist. So this is the existing easement that's there currently today, and is superimposed on the approved PUD plan. And this is a city-owned parcel, and this is the pedestrian easement that allows people to cross the bridge and go over across the parking lot onto Shellmound. And in the original approved PUD plan, it was conceived that this would be the connection, and this would be also public access. So same thing is superimposed on their proposal. So this is how it would work. It's just superimposing where the city parcel is and where the bridge access is and where the city existing easement lies. And this is the same thing imposed on the alternative location of the bridge. So as you can see, the closest to the existing configuration of where the easement is in this configuration. In terms of consistency with the general plan as well as the approved PDP, the general plan designation is MUR, where residential and associated parking as well as retail is permitted. And the zoning for it is the PDP or the PUD, and the project does conform in terms of the location of the building and the uses. The approved PDP was for a much bigger building, a taller building of 175 feet tall, 206-unit building with about nearly 15,000 square feet of retail space. And the proposed plan is 75 feet high with 218 units and about little 14,500 square feet of retail space. So in terms of the uses, they're pretty much the same, but it's a much shorter building. And as I talked about the location of the realigned bridge, I've already talked about that, what was conceived at the time of approval and what they are showing, there's a difference. So the commission would need to give input to the staff in terms of whether the proposed realigned bridge conforms to the original approved location of the bridge. So the building and the proposal also needs to conform with the Shellmound design guidelines, which outline sidewalk widths, paving materials, streetscape furniture and landscaping. And they call for an overall sidewalk of 12 feet with a typical width of 16 feet. And in cases where parking lane is proposed, a clear walkway of 8 feet is required with an overall width of 14 feet. The proposed sidewalk appeared to be in conformance along most of the shell mound as to the landscaping and the street furniture. Oops. So a community meeting was held in August at Hyatt House. About 30 people attended, including Councilmember Davis and Commissioner Keller. Traffic was identified as a big concern. It was suggested that a good wayfinding signage would be necessary to make sure that people know where the bridge is, the pedestrian bridges. There was also a suggestion of prohibiting on-street parking on the east side of Shellmound near 64th Street. One resident from the terraces expressed concern regarding view blockage. Preference was expressed for ownership housing. It went to the BPAC on September. Again, they mentioned the need for good wayfinding signage. It was also suggested that the existing stop signs on Shellmound not be eliminated or modified until the traffic flows warrant a need for a change. One of the committee members recommended that the vehicular parking be eliminated on Shellmound Street as it is not safe for bicycles, since bicycles might get doored. There was a suggestion to provide bicycle parking right outside the retail space and to provide electrical outlets for charging bicycles within the building. The committee was satisfied with the location and provision of bicycle parking within the building. In terms of staff comments, it went to a couple of our DCC meetings. Overall, we feel that the landing stairs should be as close as possible to Shellmound Street. The new tower of the bridge should be similar in design with the existing tower on the east side. The plans need to include dimensions of the alley between the proposed building and the Hyatt Hotel, as well as to the driveway on the north, so that the context of this building is better understood, and in terms of the various alleys that are being created are clearly understood. And that the Hyatt House need to be included in the elevations. There was a discussion on the roof treatment, that it needs to be refined, and that at least at the minimum a non-reflective treatment needs to be employed. There were things of using it for more sustainable purposes like a roof garden, but at the very minimum, we do feel that a non-reflective treatment is necessary at this site. As a part of this proposal, the city would like to see the elimination of the median on Shellmound Street further up near opposite of the Hyatt Hotel, an expansion of the sidewalk on the west side of Shellmound Street near the intersection of Shellmound Street and Shellmound Way. In terms of issues for the commission to consider, first is the location of the pedestrian bridge. What is the commission's preference regarding the location and treatment of this realignment? Does the commission feel that the proposed location does conform to the PDP? Unit mix, is the commission satisfied with the proposed unit mix and size? And the design, I have not talked too much about the preliminary design because I expect that the applicant will be talking about it. And as this is a study session, the tendency is that between the plans you get and between today, they continue to refine. And so I'm going to, which is the reason why I did not get into the design that much, since there was not too much to talk about, really. But we would want to hear comments on the design as well, your preference for materials. And that essentially, concludes my presentation. So if you can, and we seek comments on the pedestrian bridge, unit mix, and any other comments that you may have. I'm available for questions. If not, then the applicant does have a proposal.
Are there any questions of staff?
It's not so much a question as a statement. The reason I was asking about the trees is the concern of the removal of the median that the city wants. I know this is an urban environment. I strongly suppose an urban environment, but I still like it to be green. And if we're gonna, I think the medians have had a time, the palm trees not so much, but the landscape in the median has had a time to mature, and overall it looks pretty decent. If we remove that, we have more asphalt. And if the trees that we're planting in there don't come to fruition, so to speak, and they're just these little sticks, that's where I have an issue.
And those are the kind of trade-offs we need to think more about, because what are we getting from that? We are getting a broader sidewalk on the west side.
Right, but it's a sidewalk all just cement and no greenery. I'd rather have the greenery in the middle of the street and a more narrow sidewalk, as long as they meet the Shellmound design guidelines, because those are pretty nice sidewalks.
Right. Okay.
I just had a question about the alternative bridge plan that was provided in the packet.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just wondering how this works, because it looks like there's stairs down to the landing where the elevator, where you get on the elevator.
Is this the one that you're talking about?
Well, there's a blow up here that don't know if
Attachment B, are you looking at?
it's like
I think it's slide 24, Maru.
Attachment.
Just one down.
This one down, yeah.
This one down. There you
Oh
go.
yeah, there. So is that the elevator right there?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
And does that
Yeah,
are
this
those
one, right?
stairs to that landing that the elevator?
So I think that elevator would have to actually be two-sided, two double-doored,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
open on the other side,
Yeah,
because
like
it would have to go up above those stairs.
Okay, I'm just having a hard time understanding where the. Oh, so there's like another bridge or another level that's there.
Does the bigger drawing show it, the one that shows the whole site?
Yeah, there's.
I think like down to there, that one.
Oh,
No,
that's an upper level drawing.
there you
Yeah,
go.
there you go,
There you
that
go.
one, that one.
Okay, okay.
Well, where's the elevator on the alternative?
Right.
The box with the X.
Same place.
Oh,
There are
okay.
ramps
Can you make that
around
full
these
screen?
Stairs, and then you
So
can come to the elevator here.
There's like almost like a
Oh,
Or you
Big
can walk down.
plaza up
big
there.
plaza.
At least you're not crossing the driveway.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
So I'll ask the applicant.
Looks that way on these plans.
So I believe the applicant has a presentation which combines both the buildings, and I think we have suggested that they focus for this time on the Shellmound building and then talk about the theater building at the next item. So there might be some scrolling down of slides, so that's why they're doing it.
Do we want to combine these two and let them do their
I
whole?
prefer we focus. I think there's one building is a little bit more thought out than the other, and I think I don't know if that's by design or whatnot, but I definitely think this building is much more developed, at least in the drawings, as opposed to the theater project. So I'd like to really work on one at a time.
Good evening, Jeff White, Avalon Bay. We look forward to explaining what we're proposing. Maru did a great job, very comprehensive, in presenting the pieces of the project and how it all works. Our architect is here tonight. He'll walk you through that, and please try to, we don't want it to be kind of another presentation, so try to have some interaction. But Avalon Bay is the applicant here. We're working in partnership with City Center. City Center is the master developer, and we're working with them on the development of 2 parcels. So to kind of give us the broader perspective and an update of what's happening in the master development, Mark Steffen with City Center is going to speak to you for a few moments. But on this particular parcel, there are 2 entities. You know, Avalon is the sponsor of the project, but the retail is City Center's piece of the project. So they, although we're presenting, they have a vital interest on how viable that retail gets. So you may see Mark jumping up at a few times during the presentation to speak up for the retail. So with that overview, turn it over to Mark Steffen at City Center, who will give you an overview on the broader project.
Thanks, Jeff. I'm Mark Steffen, President of City Center Realty Partners. We're the master developer, as Jeff said. I'll make this quick. Maru did a good job of giving you an overall sense of the project and how these 2 parcels fit in. If somebody just help me figure out what to click on here. Is it, Maru, do you know which one? Help? Did I get the
No, I don't know
thumb
where
drive?
they-
Do you know, Tom? Okay, well, we need to put it in.
That's okay.
The one in the middle below the Emeryville sign. Here? That one?
There.
Yeah. And full screen.
There's full screen here real quick.
And how do you click down?
Down.
Keep going down.
Full screen mode,
Keep going
down.
About 3 more, right there.
Whoa, there we go, there we go.
Thanks for your help.
Okay. So, as Maru said, this is the project upon full build-out. And you have Parcel A, Parcel D, the future grocery store, future residential in the park. And we were here talking to you a short while ago about the park. We're excited about that opportunity, and that's moving along. I wanted to let you know that as it relates to the grocery store, had some very good conversations with 2 potential grocers yesterday and today, and so that's moving along, and we expect to be able to bring something back to you on that in the very near term. Also, with regard to the food hall, the renovation of that commenced this week, and this gives you a sense of what it will look like upon completion. We're going to sandblast the finishes on the floor, expose the concrete, lighten up the ceiling, new facades, and expose some brick, and have some new furniture with some landscaping and such. Just bring it into the 2015, and we're keeping a number of the food purveyors, all the favorites that the community has grown to love, but we're also bringing in some new and exciting food vendors that'll offer new opportunities that aren't there today. And that phase of the construction, the food hall, should be completed first quarter of next year. So it's moving along, and that will also involve the opening up to the left side of the entrance cafes that spill out onto the street. And then from there, we'll move on and improve the facades of the base of the office tower, and we'll be in to talk to you about going forward with the grocery and the road realignment. And just leave you with this is the park, which we'll be back to talk to you about at the end of the month. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Tom to talk about the 2 specific projects that we're here to discuss tonight.
Good evening. My name is Tom Cox with TCA Architects. I think it says G up there. I haven't been replaced yet. So I'd like to talk to you about the projects that we're working on, which are Site A, and we'll do Site A first. I think you've gotten a really good review of where the site is, and I'll just recap it quickly because I have a feeling if we get to the bridge right away, we'll never look at the building. So what I'd like to do is just refresh what we just talked about. We have Shellmound, we have the street parking, we have created the plazas on the south and on the north side. Parking is behind the retail. We have a service corridor that serves all the retail. We have our lobby and our lounge now positioned on the public plaza, which is different than what you saw in the presentation that Maru gave you a little earlier. We have actually opened up that plaza and put our lobby and our lounge right on the public plaza to help activate that space. Behind that is our access driveway for the residents only. The only people that go in and out of that drive are the residents. All of our loading, trash, and those facilities are on the right-hand side. You know, I did this really cool thing, and I didn't really think too much about it. I brought a laser pointer. You guys aren't watching the screen, and I'm not sure it's not showing up there, so I guess I get to use the mouse.
Use the mouse, yeah.
I thought it was so smart. I never bring my laser pointer, and I thought, I get to use it tonight. No. So all the trash and loading is located on this side of the building. Our bridge and stair are located along the back, a dog run below, and then the future tenant and guest parking here. And then the gate for the garage, which I think is an important consideration, is about 100 or 150 feet back from the crosswalk area. So that's the ground level, 15,000 feet of retail. We're anticipating restaurants to be on the Shellmounds on the entry side on the south, and also restaurants on the north with retail in the middle. Immediately above is the second level of parking. This was a big change. Because of soils and water tables and those kinds of things, we put our second level of parking above the first level, much like you saw on the previous presentation for the affordable housing project. It's a great way to solve that issue. Off of that, we immediately have our fitness center and our yoga and stretching areas. And then up to the podium area, we have a large podium, landscape podium deck. We have a roof deck and roof garden. We have our club lounge located up here. All of that is a 2-story volume that really looks down to and helps activate and put eyes not only on the street and on the plaza, but also on the bridge and on the elevator. We can go through unit plans and all that, and we have those with us, but what I'd like to do is just give you a quick walking tour of the building. This is coming up Shellmound. We're approaching from the south, heading north. And this is that first plaza, that first corner. We're anticipating a restaurant here. We're allowing for and anticipating an indoor-outdoor relationship. So we've carved our building back and pushed it back so we can have that outdoor space. And then you can see the retail as it goes up Shellmound. It's a continuous retail frontage. That's also really important, I think, for the retail portion of the project to have that continuous frontage, and was one of the reasons that we actually moved our lounge and our lobby up to the northern side and put it on the plaza itself. As we continue up, you can see the materials that we're using. It's storefront glass, high volumes. The retail is, I think, about 17 feet clear. And so we have a huge, large volume, so we have lots of glass, lots of exposure. We're using awnings and storefront windows. At the ground level, we're using board-formed concrete, and we're also using brick. As we get to the corner, this is looking south on Shellmound. As we turn that corner, this is the public plaza. We are anticipating a restaurant on this corner. We're anticipating indoor-outdoor opportunities for eating facilities and for benches and park. And I think April's going to be talking a little bit about the landscape idea in the public realm. The project has been designed hand in hand with Hart-Howerton and with the marketplace folks so that we have this continuity of architecture, of landscape, of pedestrianization. The concern that we've had is that the pedestrian realm is the public realm, and we want to make that as activated and as strong as we possibly can. That's why we put our lobby and our lounge area, with the immediately above that is our fitness, and immediately above that is a roof deck, to get as much activation, as much light, as many eyes on that area as we possibly can. So as we turn the corner and we look to the bridge is a very, very consuming item for this project. I'm sure there's many, many preconceptions about what it should have been, what it could have been. We looked into what the original approval was, and the original approval was about a 14 to 15-story building on one side of the opening and a 5-story parking garage on the other side. And there was a walkway, the grand stair, that cut its way down to the sidewalk. We felt that that could be improved, and our goal was to make it a more public, eyes-friendly, pedestrian-friendly event. It's not cheaper by any means, so we've moved the bridge and the elevator down to really interact and be part of the public realm. And I think as we get a shot, you can get a sense of how we're bringing the bridge over. We're creating a new elevator tower. The stairs that are coming down, we've tried to eliminate in all instances any quote-unquote lurker spots. I hate people that do this, the air quote stuff. Don't pay any attention to that. We've tried to eliminate any lurker areas where people can hide behind the elevator. I know that's a real concern with the current elevator tower. As the stair wraps around it, you get to some point where people can't see you. We've made the stair wide open. There's no walls, no barriers. And the elevator is fully accessible with eyes on the elevator at all times. You don't have to go around the back of the elevator to get into it. So the goal here was to integrate that to the public plaza. There's a concern from staff and from all the community that we've talked to and from a number of commissioners that you have to cross the driveway to get to the public plaza, and that is true, you do. There are safety features that we've incorporated into that. We've done a speed table so that the pavement and the texture of the plaza is continuous all the way over to the bridge and to the stair when it comes down. We've lined it with bollards so that there's a clear definition between the pedestrian space and between the driveway space. We're putting lights in the drive aisle so that when people come down that bridge that they're light activated and the lights blink so that people can make a safe crossing. We're willing to put up a stop sign, but stop signs aren't really that effective. The other part is we've held that gate for the residents back about 150 feet. So there's a stopping of traffic coming and going as we go in and out of the building. I'm sure we'll talk about the bridge some more. We've looked at a number of alternatives. The one that we have in the original submittal package was one of those alternatives. But when we opened up the plaza and pushed our building back and put our 2-story volume of the lobby and our lounge area, that little cube box there, we put that in the plaza, that changed the design because the stair coming down just ate up all that public realm and really cramped it. And we have some illustrations. We've been asked to look at alternatives, and we have done that. And so when we get to that, we can look at those too. The building itself, we've heard a lot tonight about hardy. And hardy is a great material. It depends on how you use it. So the newer materials are larger panels. They've got metal skins, they've got sheen to them, or they've got stippling to them. We're anticipating using some hardy panel on the building, but we're using it in a little more contemporary fashion. We're looking at it for its color, its longevity, its durability. Another material that we're looking at using is a metal panel. So the green on the corner of the building, or that aqua color, is more of a metal panel. The brown is more of that hardy panel, that large piece. And then we're using a very limited amount of stucco that we can use alternative colors on the stucco. Every unit in this project has a deck. That's a nice advantage. So every single unit has a deck. We have an aggregate of about 10,000 square feet of open space and recreation, or just the recreation amenity space, plus the deck on the top, the podium. That podium's about 150 feet long by over 100 feet deep, so it's a very, very large and open space. I'd like to turn this over to April. She's been patiently waiting behind me, and she doesn't want me to go as long as the previous project, so I'm going to turn this over to her to just talk about the public realm and pedestrianization of this project.
Thank you, Tom. Hi, I'm April Phillips. I'm with April Phillips Design Works. I'm the landscape architect for the project. I just want to also point out that we've been working with the CCRP team, Hart Howerton, landscape architects. A lot of what we're showing on the streetscape is Shellmound, or things that have been here before and have been approved and have had comments. And I will address Commissioner Keller's comment about the trees, because they have been vetted through an arborist, and we're working diligently to make sure we can have large, beautiful trees. But first I'm going to start and segue with the urban realm. One of the things we really want to do is really make it legible to people and make it so that it's fun and friendly. And one of the ways we're going to do that, besides keeping our open sight lines, which I think is really important in the public environment of the street, and one of the ways the building is sited is to keep those sight lines open, but it's also how we deal with materials, how we use the paving patterns, how we create the subtle movements for people. So for example, in the image before where you saw the bandings that were going through the plaza, we're looking at using like a concrete material to create this banding, which actually creates a subtle movement to get you through the space. We think that that is a welcoming way to create that energy, and it's a subtle way of wayfinding. It's not the answer, the only answer for wayfinding, but again, it's a subtle way we can help people understand space and get them through space and really see the space more legibly. So the images that you see here are kind of representative of some of those techniques that we do. Very simple ways to do the planting versus the hardscape. You see in the upper right image is, I guess I can use this, the bollards and the paving through. So the table that we're going to do really makes this legible as a people-friendly space. And with all the other things we're doing, such as lighting and the way we're going to direct and make this a pedestrian-safe environment, I think it recreates the illusion that we have this more engaging public realm from the stairs out to the street. We are looking at using benches, ways to keep people to congregate and see what's going on. Some of them will be shorter along the plant material, and others will be longer and create like a long bench, which again helps to create this eyes on the street and makes people have more fun and enjoying the environment and people watch. The next. There we go. So our tree, as I said, you have seen the Shellmound has been vetted before. There isn't anything new here, but I'll go over it again. We have been working with an arborist. This tree is going to be the legacy oak. We've gone through many iterations with understanding what trees will work well. You probably know this is pretty bad fill that we're dealt with. We're going to use techniques such as the silvacells, which allow the trees to have more roots under the pavement, which creates more vitally growing trees. And so that is going to help, and it will be larger than most. Along that, we've got the 10'6" clear, and we've got the overall 18-foot, so we definitely are within the guidelines. And within this 8-foot, 7'6" area of the horizontal parking, they're every 2 spaces, which allows us to create a lot more green space, primarily being used for biofiltration, so it'll be very green plantings, as well as all of the street furnishings, such as the bike parking, the benches, the street lights, the city lights, all of those things that are part of the guidelines are there, and I think you've seen them in all the drawings. So this is just the section through that shows you what's going on and just confirms that we are continuing this design. And I believe we're on to the bridge. Back to Thomas.
Can I ask you a question real quick?
Sure.
What was the dimension of the bike lane on that last slide?
It's a 6-foot bike lane, so it hasn't changed, and I believe it shows also up on our civil plans as well.
So we also believe in designing buildings 360 degrees. I thought it would be important to show you what the building looks like from the other side. This is coming from the tower on the other side of Amtrak going across the bridge. And then what the change would be is turning right and going down to the new elevator tower and down to the stairs that go to the plaza. One thing that we were very concerned about, and everybody that we talked to was concerned about, was people having eyes on that bridge. We have units that actually have some glass at the back, so we have constant eyes down here. We have a hallway corridor system at the back of the building, and instead of just walling off that hallway corridor system, we're incorporating a number of glass panes so that we always have lights that are on. We always have people walking back and forth. We have activity always occurring on this side. And then, of course, the public deck, or our private deck for our community, the leasing lobby and the lounge center, and also the fitness above that. Those facilities do not shut down at 6 or 7 o'clock at night. They're ongoing throughout the evening. So this would be the Amtrak side of the building. We're looking at using a patterned board form concrete on the back side of our garage. We're looking at extending those metal products that we're talking about on the front of the building to the back of the building, and we're also using and incorporating some stucco plaster on the back also. This is turning the corner coming around to the Hyatt side. You can see the bottom of the garage on the Amtrak on the right there, and then you can see the units with decks, and then the building turning the corner on Shellmound with the metal turning the corner, and then trying to expand that sense of retail base. Oops, wrong building. So, can't go to D. I thought that would be a good place to bring you to, and if there's any questions that I can answer while I'm up, I'd be happy to. Or not? No? Thank you.
All right, so with that, we'll open the public comment. If there is anyone here who would like to speak on this item, please come forward to the podium.
Hi, my name is Lisa Findley, 6019 Christie Avenue. Just to put my comments in context a little bit, I'm an architect and professor of architecture. I'd like to advocate that the Planning Commission require that this project adheres to the previously approved PUD in terms of the bridge. I think the bridge is an important part of stitching Emeryville together across the railroad track. We've been waiting a decade for the one at Bay Street too. If you're a pedestrian, it's almost impossible to move between 65th Street and where Shellmound goes around by the Target. There is the sneaky pedestrian way across the Powell Street Bridge. It's really scary. So we discussed this at the August meeting. I've been involved in conversations about this project for 10 years. I think it's very, very important that that bridge be a direct connection down to Shellmound Street that continues the pattern of circulation. Right now, the tail, which is this residential building, is wagging the dog, which is the public realm of our city.
John Sherman, I live across the street from this project. I share what the former speaker said, previous speaker said, and that is, I do not feel that this in any way conforms to the FDP. I remember when TMG presented this project, they really talked about this grand staircase and really made a big deal about this is going to be a focal point and this is going to be the wonderful part of this project, and this isn't. This is hidden. The fact that we were talking about wayfinding signs to find the pedestrian path really tells me this is like we're failing. We're failing miserably. We really need to bring this out to the front. All the pedestrian realm there, the plaza, I don't see the point of it. There are many other places in this whole project to put wonderful pedestrian plazas, not next to the railroad tracks. I think it's really important to have this direct connection as we can, bring it out to the street. It should be obvious. When I turn the corner walking from PPP and I come around the corner and look in that direction, I should see something beautiful and functional. The other thing I'd like to see, if possible, is right now there's 56 steps to get up to the bridge. If there's anything that we can do to incorporate the ramping as you're making the distance from the bridge deck down to Shellmound, if we can do the ramping down gradually, and then make the last part of it steps. So if we could even shave off 15 steps, that would still be a big improvement. But the most important thing is to make this direct, make it obvious, and make it grand. Do things beautiful, incorporate the green space. I provided some pictures in the packet that I sent. There are things that we can do to make this a really wonderful space. I would just eliminate the plaza altogether and definitely put the cars behind the pedestrians. We should not have this conflict in this kind of area. So, thanks.
Hello, everyone. My name is Parisa Paymani. I have been working in Emeryville since June of 2000, and I work at Emery Station North. And after working there for a few years, I purchased one of the units from Rich Robbins at the terraces. And so I pretty much walk across the street to go to work every day. And a lot of us that live in that building, we have a magnificent view, and just like you, that we walk into our unit, we want to be blessed with a beautiful light and no obstruction of the view. We paid a hefty price for our view. And the previous owner of that property was an architect that built the Emery Station North as well as the terraces. They went through a great length, and I have to say a magnificent length, to come and really engage us as a community and really ask us what we desire and how we want it to look, because this is the view that we're going to have day in and day out. We are property owners. I am a business owner, and I feel cheated that it's putting so much effort is putting into people that are transient, that are going to stay there for a week to a year, and our views are not being very much considered. The architect came to my unit personally, took lots of pictures, shadow studies, and promised that my view is not going to be taken away. My water view is not being taken away by this property. I'm going to be looking at garbage cans, I'm going to be looking at bike racks, and I'm going to be looking at unattractive cars. Right now, yes, there are cars on the street, but I have the view, I have the beautiful brick building, and I am stunned as something that, you know, a low-income housing had a Zen garden, had a dog garden, had gardens here and plants there, and here we have just a couple of trees here and there that is probably at some point is going to cease to disease. And the whole building is another box, no ingenuity, no creativity. It's just flat surface. Yes, a couple of, you know, balconies are sticking out, a big deal. Flat surfaces, windows that are just, you know, square. I mean, it's just getting really tiresome of the same design, same boring architecture is invited to Emeryville. I would really encourage you to have architects bring more new ideas, better ideas to Emeryville that those of us, I mean, I'm looking at Bay Street every morning and it's concrete land. And this looks another concrete land, and they just put a little plaza with a, I mean, I don't see any water fountain. It's just altogether a very undesirable, very unattractive, and I really don't like to see this project get approved. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Stefan. I live across the road from this building on the other side of Amtrak, and I'm very surprised by this concept. And if you don't mind, I will go back to some of the drawings. Sorry. So what I see here, I see a lot of big boxes that are going completely to fill up the space that you have over there. Today we have a lot of open space, and I really like this open space that you have in this general area where people can walk, can have a view, can have circulation, and have, I would say, a lot of place to walk. One thing I'm surprised, and from what I understand, originally this building was approved in two parts. So a tall tower, I believe, in this area, which will not cut the walkway, and another smaller area for parking. And from what I understand, this was designed originally, so the designer who did the other side of the building could have a complete concept of their vision and the vision for Emeryville, which was to have open view from the system, from those building on the other side, all the way to the bay across the road. And when you build just a big rectangular or triangular, whatever the shape is over there, just a big block, you're not going service, I will say, to good design and good use of the space you could use. And another point where I'm very surprised is that you are building more places for rental properties, when I believe something very important for a city is to build the ownership and the people who pay property taxes. To have people engaged in the community and who are not just transient, who will not just be there renting a couple of years and move back to some other place and move somewhere where they can afford or can build something, buy something. I think it's really important to also think of increasing the base of property owner, not just of rentals. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I also live in the same building, and I'm perplexed that we're going to have 218 units and 289 parking spaces. Do the math. 71 parking spaces for 15,000 square foot. The other thing is, right now, Emeryville with the Bay Bridge attracts a lot of tourists, and one of the things that they like to do because of the open space is to use the bridge connector between our side, where the Amtrak is, and Shellmound, to enjoy the trains coming with their children. Put that building there, it's gone. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this item?
Commissioner Moss, I would just offer, we have done some studies of the original plan. If the commission would like to see those, we can do those or not.
I know I would like to see those.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to see the relation to, from this building to what was approved in the original PUD.
Yeah, yeah, we have those concepts. They're not anywhere near as developed as this. They're just massing, but it'll give you a sense of scale.
Give me a second, please.
Do we need to close the public comment? Or,
Yeah, it's on a public hearing, so.
okay. Oh, that's right.
This is the building that was approved previous to our effort on this site. The stair is the exact width. The building on the left is, I believe, 14 stories, and the building on the right is a parking garage. And this is the stair that it takes to get up to the tower. We modeled this pretty much exactly what was on the drawing. And it takes approximately 85 to 100 feet to get from the sidewalk horizontally up to the landing where the bridge currently sits. And the other problem that we ran into, which quite honestly we didn't know how to solve, is the elevator in its current location drops down to the ground and exits facing the Amtrak, and to get from the elevator to the street became virtually impossible. You'd have to go through the parking garage or cut beside the stair, go under the other building in order to get to the street. So I think it was a great idea. I don't think it got a chance to be fully fleshed out. And so that was one of the challenges that we found immediately in trying to solve this problem. And the slot between those two buildings, by the time you walk to that spot and turn and look up the stair to where the tower is, it's more difficult to identify where the tower is than where we hoped that we located it to be more visible, more accessible, more identifiable as a real place to go versus what we were handed. We did look at several alternatives. One of the alternatives was to take the driveway behind the tower and to kind of bend it around the tower, which would do two things. It would slow down some traffic, and two, it would take that pedestrian traffic conflict out of play, and still preserve the plaza, which I think has great value to everybody in the city, because we just don't have enough public open space. So this would actually take the driveway around the back. The tower and the bridge and the stair become a more prominent focal point, and I think that was one of the alternatives that we looked at. We didn't ignore the request. We felt that it was another solution to this, and it doesn't compromise the plaza much at all.
So going back to the original plan showing the grand staircase, can you go back to that?
The big one?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Using the illustration on the left down there, can you show me where the 14-story tower would have been?
Yeah, it's actually this building.
Okay, and so next to it is a parking structure with retail in front of it, and how?
Retail in that structure here, yeah.
Right, and how tall, do you have any idea how tall the finished parking structure would have been?
I think it was 5 or 6 stories, about 6 stories, I believe, so 10 feet per floor, or 60 feet tall.
And does anyone know what the height of the terraces are? I mean, because if you put a 6-story parking structure there, you're still going to block views, maybe not the people on the top floor.
Yeah, that's 60 feet. I think we're at, what, 75, so.
50 feet. 50 feet.
So what's been approved by City Council in 2002 and is allowed to build by right is something that's still going to block the terraces, but maybe not the top floor.
Well, it's the top of a parking garage versus, yeah.
Right.
It has to come up.
Did you want to reopen the public comment?
Well, we never really, I mean, it's not a hearing, so we never really
The
closed it.
terraces are also built on top of a parking lot, so there is about 4.5 level of parkings. All of the units are above the parkings. So if on the other side you build a parking of 4 units, 5 units, all of the units will still have view across this parking. Does it make sense?
Quite, no.
So
A cement parking structure is, you might see
the
through it.
The terraces is a total of 8 levels. But the unit, residential units are from level 4 to level 8.
Right.
So which means the parking below, there is 4 levels of parkings. If you look on the other side of the road, and on the other side of the road, you have a parking with 4 structures. Basically, it will be the same. You will see above the residents who are above the parking of the terraces will see above, and will still see the view on the other side of this parking. This is not going to block the view.
Thank you.
Because the unit, the tower that was supposed to be 14 level was completely on the side of it.
Right, yeah, I see what
Not
that is.
obstruct the
Yeah,
view.
that's clear to me, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Whatever. I'd like to point out something as it relates to the retail. If we looked at this, and if you have the grand staircase come right down through the center of the block, it breaks up the pedestrian flow of the retail. Most of the pedestrians are becoming farther to the north where the heart of the public market is. They cross the street, they walk to the south. And pedestrians and shoppers tend to look what next, and it draws them to the next step, and you want interesting storefronts. When you have a space here that might be, I don't know, 20, 30 feet wide, they tend to stop, and they don't necessarily go the next step. So the 2 retail spaces that would be to the south, they won't do as well. So just one thing to consider as you're considering all the various points. Thanks.
Could you talk a little bit more about that other alternative where the entrance to the parking would be behind, sort of on the railroad side, and why that wasn't presented in the first place, or the pros and cons so we can understand that?
I think that's a really fair question. In all truth, this is a difficult site. Shellmound is tough. Up against Amtrak is tough. Up against the Hyatt is tough. Triangular site, not easy. Bridge.
Maybe you should not build it if you don't know.
Excuse me.
Sorry. It's a very difficult site, but that kind of brings out innovation, and we're innovating. So that was the one we've actually had 4 or 5 different ideas. We initially tried to keep the existing tower, bring everybody down to the ground, take them through the garage because that's where the easement was. That didn't work so well. It didn't feel good. It was going through the garage. It's just awful. We looked at taking it across our podium top so that we could go just right across our deck. We have private patios, private residences. We have our own facilities up there. We're hoping that we can attract some families, hopefully with some children. Probably not a good idea to take the public across that deck when you're really only talking about low patio walls. We tried to make it safe and pedestrian friendly. We tried to actually open it up and make it more visible and put more eyes on it. This was one idea, was to move it over to the side and actually connect it to the public realm. And so that's how we got to where we're at with that. I believe it was Brad or Sean maybe that talked about bringing the driveway possibly behind the tower. And we did, we looked at it. It is an option. We're not done designing. So that option, and then there's the one where we go behind the tower. I think they're viable options. The ramp, I remember a gentleman mentioned the ramp. We're 30 feet in the air. At 5% ramp, that's like 600 feet of ramp. So the steps are a necessity. We can do some ramping, and we have anticipated that. Along on the original scheme, but along the back was ramping, trying to get the bridge to actually start falling after we've hit that platform and start moving towards the new stair tower and the new elevator. We started ramping that down so we could start taking some steps out as a response to the comment. But the actual ramping would be literally hundreds of feet long to try and get that to work for accessibility. So we have done some ramping. The stairs are a necessity. We're putting bike troughs in the stairs. We're keeping the stairs open and visible to everybody all the time. These are things we're taking into consideration during our design process. And we're not done. Looking forward to your input. Thank you.
Are there any other questions for the applicant?
I have a question for staff because the other side of the bridge, there's a development that's, I mean, entitled for that side. Is it actually utilizing the existing bridge tower, or is it planned to create a new way to get up to that bridge?
Well, yes and no. It does utilize the existing bridge tower, but it also includes a terrace, an outdoor kind of opened terrace that will be at the same level as the bridge. So there will be a connection between the bridge and that terrace, and then there's a grand staircase that comes down to the Horton Street sidewalk from the other side of that terrace. So when you come across the bridge from the west, you will have a choice of either going down the stairs or elevator at the existing tower, although I believe the stairs are being redesigned there, or you can turn and go across onto that elevated terrace and then down the stairs to Horton Street.
And Charlie, in the terraces is where I'm putting in an elevator as well? I think there's an elevator as part of that too.
Yeah, they are.
I guess one more question. Did you look at connecting the elevated platform to the retail next door and getting down that way? Did you entertain that?
Which retail?
The next...
The parking structure and retail that was in the first iteration?
Oh, the next phase?
North of this?
Phase. No, next phase, north of that.
That would, what I think you're asking is looking at extending the walkway and the bridge over to the parking garage, and then somehow getting from that down to the street. No, we did not look at that. We don't have control over the garage, so. I'm going to let you take this one, Mark.
Yeah, there's some master planning issues why that doesn't work as well, and maybe, Aaron, you might want to address, or I can address it, that's fine. But there's two issues. One is, where would you have it come? So if you had it come just on the other side of this drive, then you have the same issue because we have cars entering the parking garage right there. And if you had it come down, say, through the back of the parking garage and came out the middle, it's a much longer walk before you come down. Also, because the width of that, where the parking structure is, and drive aisles, we just barely have enough room to have two different aisles. And if we lost that, the garage would have to get taller to make up the parking.
I think it's also maybe important to note that the building and the plaza on the other side of the tracks is an office building. Is that correct? So that's a public realm where we don't have that advantage. We don't have the public realm. So rooftop plaza and deck for a housing project is quite a bit different than an office building with a public realm to it. And we thought about that too. We also want to take the top off of that tower and not replace it on this tower. I don't think it helps the architecture at all. Anything else?
Any other questions?
Okay. We could also study whether that could come down through the middle of our Parcel B, where the parking structure is in the retail. We'd have to study it, but it would be a longer walk, but we could bring it down there. We could study that if there's still enough room for our parking aisles and such.
All right, so if there are no other questions, I think we'll bring this back to the commission for discussion. Do you want to start again? Or
I know.
I started last time.
All right. I thought always be on the end. Oh.
Yeah. Well, we can do this.
Yeah, I don't know where to start exactly. I mean, but I mean, the bridge is an issue. There's a lot of issues related to it. The crossing of the driveway. It's such an afterthought. Where it's located right now. It has no association with this development. And I think, the original intention of taking it right through and having people be able to sort of drop right down onto Shellmound was is kind of lost here. And I think there's a lot of creative ways to work it where you do have the grand staircase and then along the, you know, and then a walkway that comes to a elevator that's actually on Shellmound, and the walk, you know, separating the walkway from the stairs so it's not hovering over those stairs. But there's plenty of ways to do it, and I, you know, but I guess just overall this project, I do, you know, I agree with the one, you know, some of the comments about the aesthetic. It's just what we're, you know, I feel like a lot of us are trying to avoid here in Emeryville. And I think this is the case with this project and the other one that we're about to see, is that I think this whole public market project has so much potential, and I think there's a lot of, it seems like the retail space, the team knows how to do the retail space well, and the housing is sort of getting the short end of the stick, whether it's by design or location, etc. I mean, this one is even, you just read it, and I know it's done a lot, but it's really obvious here where you just, the nicer materials and the nicer articulation, the care is really put in the retail space along Shellmound, and the rest of it is just boxes with windows cut out of it and balconies popping out. And you know, I think that you know, and then this volume that's the lobby tacked onto the side feels sort of like a, I don't know, it doesn't read as part of the building. It kind of just feels like aesthetically it looks like kind of the entrance to a children's museum or something along those lines. So it just seems like there's a lot of work in that regard, and then, you know, that needs to happen. And then just the courtyard being so, you know, I think we saw an example in the previous project with the affordable housing project where, you know, yeah, there was a courtyard, it's a donut, but it's not just you know, completely surrounded on all sides. There's some porousness to it. Opening up to the street is key, and you know, and that really helps connect this community that you're trying to create internally with the larger neighborhood, and trying to figure out a way to do that and bring the bridge through or the stairs, I think would be, you know, a really, it has an opportunity to be something really great, and I'm just not seeing it happening right now. You know, I don't know how far to go with this, because I think we're talking a lot about larger issues, but you know, when I look at the courtyard, I see this, you know, even internally inside the building, the courtyard isn't engaged that much by the surround, you know, basically it's a bunch of units facing this courtyard, but they're all you know, all the units are accessed by double-loaded corridors, so their entrances aren't on the courtyard side. They might have balconies facing the courtyard, but it basically becomes kind of something, you know, a pretty thing to look at, and not so much something that you'd utilize. Even you know, the corridors aside from the first floor, I mean, the first floor only has two entrances to the courtyard from the corridors, and then floors above that, it's only visible aside from the units in one location. And so it's just, you know, and then just the way, you know, the uses of the spaces and the corridor, or the uses of the spaces in the courtyard, it just seems like you really, to charge that courtyard and get it to be utilized, having some of the activities that are right now on the second floor, the fitness, yoga, pulling those up and actually having those off of the courtyard, or between the courtyard and the roof terrace, and you know, just some moves along those lines could start to help. But really just recognizing what you know, what we're trying to achieve here, which is you know, one, creating an internal community, two, connecting it with the larger community, with this neighborhood that we're now creating, and connecting it with the rest of Emeryville through this bridge, and and stairs that are coming through. So I don't know that it's necessary at this point to talk about all the specifics of which materials you're using or anything along those lines, but we can get back to that if we need to.
So I just wanted to make a general comment about the design, and I've said this before in previous study sessions with the applicant with regard to kind of the architectural style that is the signature that you see in Avalon properties. And the last time I mentioned the fact that I work in San Francisco on King Street, and so I see a lot of your properties, and I can definitely respect that you have a unique signature in your architectural style. And I said at that time that I want to feel that I'm, not in San Francisco, that I'm in Emeryville. And so it's going to be really important for you to incorporate that into this design as you move forward, that this is Emeryville. There are certain textures and palettes that are indicative of what Emeryville represents. The retail space facades, I thought were definitely heading in the right direction. I liked the use of the brick and the glass and the steel, but I felt also that it's important to minimize the amount of stucco, and this is going up to the residential part of it, because there really is a contrast between what you're seeing at the retail level versus what you're seeing at the residential parts of the building. So there's not much of a connection there between the lower floors and the upper floors. As far as the lobby plaza area, I felt that the lobby space is really oversized, and I'm not really understanding the purpose of having such a large space for just an entrance. That space maybe could be used in a different location or different use, more retail. I mean, we're really very early in this analysis to really say a lot about that, especially with the juxtaposition of the pedestrian bridge. So that's probably something we're going to discuss later on. I mean, it's still very preliminary in my viewpoint, and with the issue of the bridge looming, it's very difficult to comment much further on that. But I will say that for the units that you've mocked up on the plans, that you may want to take a look at the examples that you saw this evening with the affordable housing, and just to get an idea of what a family-friendly housing unit looks like, and just to vary that mix. They seem very repetitive. So those are my comments.
Well, I live on the other side of the tracks, not in the terraces, but in the old Doyle Hollis neighborhood, and I have been there for 17 years trying to make my way across to the marketplace on foot, and the crossings are hideous. They're both, all of the options are hideous, and this one is not getting me excited either. I think that there's a problem with the outdoor spaces in this project in trying to set up a plaza, a total hardscape plaza on the north side of a residential building with a driveway going through and a future driveway going through another parking area. That doesn't seem like a place that's going to attract a lot of activity. Doesn't seem like a place that people are going to choose to hang out if there are other places to hang out. I also think that the lobby doesn't make a lot of sense there. I appreciate the effort of bringing the cars around the back of that stairway and tower more than the current iteration here, but I do think that it should go back directly out to Shellmound and not need wayfinding, and be a grand statement of some sort, and not just, I mean, that that massing study with the grand staircase of just gray with gray walls on the sides, it can be something other than that. I mean, there's got to be more options than that. I think also the relationship of the units, as was pointed out, the relationships of the units to the outdoor space that's in the courtyard is really lacking and could be improved on. And I would just look forward to seeing something that was more akin to the original design of the, the original PUD, because I don't think that this one is getting us where we want to go. I think it's not working.
Well, I have to agree with all the comments I've heard so far. Certainly having the driveway go behind the tower is better than having it go in front of the tower, but it just doesn't have any impact from Shellmound. You'd have to turn your head to even see it, and I think that whole concept has to be studied, and that would probably affect the entire design of the project.
Yeah, I would agree with all the comments previously, and also in terms of this project being family-friendly, which you guys had mentioned that this was the more family-friendly of the two we were going to see this evening. I would really disagree that I don't think we're there yet. And Commissioner Tan's recommendation to take a look at the previous project on San Pablo would be a good idea. And I am leaning very strongly towards that central staircase as well. I think that makes a lot of sense and works with the PUD and could be made quite beautiful. And actually, the surrounding courtyards for the project could take advantage of that open space and be used as light coming into units as well. It doesn't necessarily have to connect where people can walk over there. That entire grand staircase could be landscaped with trees and other things. So there's ways that could happen, and it needs to open out more broadly onto Shellmound. And I also agree that the plaza area at the north is not in any way conducive, especially with 2 parking garages going into that area, and it's on the north side. So there you go.
Unfortunately, I had about 2 pages of notes here, and most of the first page were likes for the project. I do like aspects of the project probably more than the other commissioners. I got rebooted when we talked about the original PUD and what was in place in front of the terraces. I know you guys prefer budget-wise to not build with steel, but I'm thinking if the original PUD left a view shed for those residents there, because I'm thinking that and what's over Site B, which eventually could be developed to block their view, is all they have. So I think and I understand Mark's suggestion of the retail. I think if you built something lower on that southern end, put shops on it, made this beautiful staircase that came down, which evidently everybody from the public to the commission seems to desire. If you put a piece of sculpture there, and the first retail space that came after the staircase, you had glass windows that faced the staircase, and they had tables outside or something, I think people would continue past the staircase onto theirs. Because you're going to have, if that's the argument, then the street that divides the northern part where the garage is going is going to be a worse divide for people than a staircase is. So why put retail in that garage section of the part that you've changed? So I think that argument is understood. I think it could be mitigated. I don't mind the style of this building coming from Europe just recently. I think Emeryville can use something a little more clean and contemporary. I like the balconies here. I don't mind the lobby area. I think this iteration of the tower could work. I definitely believe the cars should be behind it. That works. But I also understand what people are saying is they want the connection to be straightforward and come out and really make a presentation. And whether those are my feelings or not, that's definitely what I'm hearing from the public. And that's definitely what's in the original PUD. So I understand your problem with cutting through the apartments, but maybe what you do is you make two separate apartments, and you make a lower level one that has two-story parking, two-story housing, retail in the front, you put the staircase in the middle, and you build a 9-story, 10-story building, because you can go up 14 stories according to the PUD. And I know you don't want to build with steel, but you get your units that way, and you build a higher building on the north side, and you protect this view shed. You still have retail in the bottom, and it corrects the bridge problem. So I just think that what we're looking at, it seems like the bridge and the connection is the death knell, that people want to see it come through the center of that. And until we see that, everything else is pretty much moot at this point to talk about finishes and styles and stuff like that. So I'm going to just toss my notes.
I have one more thing. I did want to talk about finishes and style, just one. Again, Commissioner Tan was talking about that she wanted to see this representing Emeryville, and I wanted to put a plug in for Emeryville not as Legoland. So a little more refinement in the color choices. Color is very fashionable, and it's bothersome that it is so prevalent and changes so fast. And I would like to see a little bit more refinement and continuity in the different areas of the building. So.
So I too like the architecture. With this caveat, I like the architecture of the front of the building. I think this is a building has a good front and a good side, and a couple hundred feet of good elsewhere. But it's really a two-sided building. But I really do like the front and the side with the lobby. I think, to me, this is, this is sort of like what Bay Street could have been. I think this, is a dramatic improvement over that, with the way the retail and the residential interact and the general architectural style of it. I love the lobby feature. I really love the lobby feature. That said, I do think on the back side that faces the railroad tracks, there needs to be significant work. This building really doesn't have a backside, even though it faces the railroad tracks. A lot of people are going to interact with the building from that side. Everybody, not just the people that might live across the tracks that are looking at it, but everyone that's walking across the bridge, everyone that's standing on the platform at the Amtrak station. This is an area, especially in this area in Emeryville, you really interact with the tracks and the buildings that are on both sides of the tracks, and you see all of those buildings, and you're keenly aware of buildings that don't have good sides facing the railroad tracks. And then also on the other side that faces the hotel, it sort of turns the corner and it looks all right, and then it kind of gets this a little bit monotonous. So I'd like to see some improvements there as well. I think with regard to materials, I think Mark and Jeff have been here before us enough to know what I'm going to say about materials, which is I think that we really, I think high quality materials are really important. I think you've started to introduce some things which are interesting. I'm not convinced that I think the metal panels are an interesting material when used in conjunction with other things. I'm not convinced that this much of it is going to be interesting enough, is going to have enough interest. And then, and looking at the colors, it's almost like, it's almost like the sort of brick-colored metal panel wants to be a brick veneer or something like that. I think that's what it's kind of trying to emulate, so I would rather see another material introduced there with the different colors. What else did I have? So I said this on the previous project, and I will say this again, but I won't say it for your next project, if that's any consolation. Is that, but in this case, I think this is a really prime example to encourage people, to require people, residents of this building, to interact with the street and with all of the uses and activities that will be going on in the street. So I would really like to see a building where you had to drive in and park, and then you have to exit the building and enter through the lobby. I think that's the normative condition in most successful urban environments, and I think it's really detrimental that we've started designing buildings that don't do that, that make it too easy to drive in with your car and never interact outside the building. So I think, especially with this building, the lobby, I like the position of the lobby. There's, hopefully will be this restaurant on the corner, a lot of great retail, and so I think, having those residents interact with all of that as well would be really beneficial for the street life. And what else? And then okay, so that brings me to the bridge, which I had an idea. Is it possible for me to use the overhead projector?
Sure.
Is it? So as we're sitting here talking and people are bringing up the grand staircase, I think there are a lot of good things about the original PUD. That being one of them. The bridge comes across, the tower comes straight down. It's almost like and there's a project that's approved on the other side of the track, so it's almost like if we looked at this in totality with what we have now, maybe the bridge doesn't even want to be where it is. I mean, we could have realigned the entire bridge, but that opportunity is lost. So, was just trying to kind of figure out what to do. But I think the point of having sort of a grand staircase and a direct connection from the bridge to the plaza, or some center of activity, is a really worthwhile cause. So I just sketched out something really quickly. I'll put it up there. So I don't know if you can see.
Perfect.
Can you speak? Yeah, sure. So I think so I just drew sort of a straight line from the existing tower to the proposed plaza. And I think this could work really well. It's still a pretty direct connection. It softens that angle from the bridge to, whatever steps or whatever is taking you down, which I think makes it a more pleasant experience to come across. And I think with the way your building is positioned, I think, without losing too much, you could attach the bridge to the side of the building, maybe have it come down over the top of the lobby somehow. I mean, it's just, obviously I just took a straight edge and drew that in 2 seconds, but I think there's something to explore there. And then I actually drew, I think you could even bump your building out a little bit more if you needed to recoup some building space, because I don't think that plaza needs to be, large back there by the drive aisle. I think, you still get a usable plaza. That's with this idea. So anyway, just an idea I had, but I think it's a good compromise. I think it's definitely something to explore.
Well, then looking at this too, is it making use of the existing elevator?
Yeah, probably would.
I mean, even though it exits out the back, you could still bring the pedestrians along the yellow line of where the current bridge or the proposed bridge is.
Yeah, so you'd have to figure out how to get elevator users, disabled patrons, or bicyclists, or whoever's using the elevator from that, around to where they want to be. But
I don't know if the building department would allow you to have those who need to use the elevator have to go down and go across the driveway, while everybody who can walk can go down the stairs and drop right down onto Shellmound.
So could you bring the elevator forward to where the stairs are and integrate it into the building?
Yeah.
And then drop it down right where the stairs in, maybe?
Mm-hmm.
It's a really good, you did a good job on this. I really like this.
Thanks.
It's, you know, it's all about compromise, and I think it's something that's worth studying and looking at.
So anyway, that concludes my comments. Does anybody have anything else they want to add?
Yeah, I had one other comment to make. So Mr. Steffen had mentioned that he was concerned with the grand staircase cutting through the retail, and that the natural pattern is for folks to walk along the store, keep looking, and that might interrupt their process. And I just wanted to mention that at Bay Street, and I know there's lots of people who don't like Bay Street, but at Bay Street there are several staircases that do interrupt the retail spaces, and it doesn't seem to impact the situation there. I think you'll just have to enhance the signage for the retail so that folks can see what's coming next, or put a feature there, as Commissioner Keller mentioned, with artwork. But yeah, I think it's a problem that you can easily get around.
And the other thing we're trying to do in town is connect the Bay Street retail area and residential area to the marketplace area, so that there's pedestrian activity going between the two. So it's not just going to be people stopping at the Hyatt and then turning around and going back. There should be some traffic coming both ways. So I don't think that having an interruption in this building is going to be something that is that detrimental to the to the retail on the south end.
Yeah, and I'll just add too, I guess, I think at one point in your presentation you brought up, you know, sort of the desire to keep private spaces private and keep them out of the public realm. I'm not too sympathetic to that. I think if your building was not part of this, whatever, what do we call these things? FDPs? PDP? PDP. That under the new, maybe staff can correct me if I'm wrong, but under the new planning regulations, I think there would be a requirement for publicly accessible private open space.
Uh-huh. How do you deal with security?
Not for a residential.
Not for a residential project?
That would be for a non-residential project.
All right, well, that's unfortunate.
Of a certain size. But this is a PUD, so it's not subject to those regulations.
They have to have guards there then.
Right.
Chair Moss, can I just make a comment? I hadn't thought of this before, but I think that's a good point about the elevator access, and that the disabled and the able-bodied have to have pretty much the same or equivalent access to the bridge. And that actually could be a sort of a fatal flaw of the approved PUD scheme, because if you have a grand staircase that comes down to Shellmound Street, that the able-bodied can just go up, but then the disabled have to somehow walk around the building and get back to where the elevator is. You know, that could be a problem. Any scheme that has the elevator back in the back and the staircase coming down to the street does not provide equal access. So however it's done, I think the elevator has to land somewhere close to where the stairs land.
That's why I think...
Well, there's an elevated walkway that went along, you know, or rollway or whatever way, that went along and went to the front to Shellmound, and then...
Right.
Yeah.
Then you'd have the elevator and the stairs.
Do the unit count? How many one-bedrooms, how many two-bedrooms?
Oh, for this other one?
I couldn't see anything in the break. There it is.
I think it's also in this.
Yeah.
It's also in this.
Okay, so this is just very much the same background that I gave for the previous presentation, so we are now looking at the theater site. And this is the theater site at the approved PUD.
The microphone.
This is for the proposed site of
LaRue.
Oh,
Thank
sorry.
you.
It's late. And so this is the context of Parcel D, as they call it, the theater site. And just to get you oriented, Shellmound on the top, 64th on the north, and this would be the future 63rd Street, and this is the building under construction. This is again a 5+2 building. You have 2 levels of parking with a podium, and then 5 levels of residential building. The unit count is a little bit larger here. It's 222. We have parking spaces, we have puzzle lifts, and it reaches a height of 76 feet. Now, this is the ground floor plan. And as you can see, at the ground level, there are townhomes along 64th Street and along what I'm calling the alley. So the building under construction is up at the bottom of the page here. We also, along the 63rd Street, we've got the main lobby, as well as different amenities all along this street, which include fitness area, play area. There's a dog spa. I believe there's a bike shop as well. Bike storage occurs along Shellmound, and around here are all mechanical equipment areas. Trash and loading areas occur on 64th Street, and that's where the garage entry is there as well. This kind of tells the ground floor circulation plan. It's pretty straightforward. This is a nice square with 1 entry, 1 garage entry. So that's pretty self-explanatory how things are going to work. So this is the 3rd floor, the podium level. Shows a courtyard. It's double loaded with units around it. Got a pool, got some little amenities. I'm sure this would be a lot more developed if in their slides at this point. This is the typical floor plan, and you have the unit counts as well as the average size. Pretty similar to the building before in the Shellmound building. And you have the landscape plan. So they're going to be having new sidewalks and with new street lights, as well as light poles pretty much all on all 4 sites. In your plans, you can see the dimensions of the streetscape. They're maintaining a minimum sidewalk width of 12.5 feet with 8-foot clear walkway in almost all locations. And these are the renderings. This is on the 63rd Street. This is the corner, the southeast corner. This is the west elevation. Again, I'm not going to talk too much about design in terms of materials, because I know the applicant would be talking about that, and in order not to have the same things repeated, I think they'll probably do a better job, and they might also have refinements since the packet was given to you. Excuse me. So this is the same thing in terms of the other building. The general plan is MUR, and this is pretty much a residential building, which is allowed by right. The zoning is the PUD, and it does conform in terms of the location of the building. Approved PDP allows for a taller building, 150 feet tall, with 130 units, with 68 townhomes, and a lot more, over 100,000 square feet of retail space. And the proposed plan is much smaller, 76-foot high residential building with townhouses on the ground level and no commercial units. Although smaller than envisioned by PUD, the project is generally consistent with the type and the location and the scale of development. In terms of Shellmound design guidelines, the sidewalk widths are maintained as per the guidelines. So does the landscaping and the street furniture shown at this point. The community meeting was held in conjunction with the Shellmound building on the same day, obviously. So the same amount of people. Traffic again was identified, and again the preference for housing was expressed for both the buildings. The suggestion regarding prohibition of the on-street parking on the east side of Shellmound Street near 64th Street was suggested. This went to the BPAC. And the committee was satisfied with the proposed location and provision of bicycle parking within the building and had no specific comments or concerns. In terms of staff, we believe that this building should be treated as it has no backside. They also need to show existing conditions on all four frontages. One of the suggestions that we had was that the 64th and the Christie building, which is under construction right now, includes ground floor units on 63rd and 64th Street with the eastern side facing the alley, which is a blank wall, and that blank wall is going to get treated with some public art. So given this configuration, suggestion was made that the residential units in our theater building should also front 63rd and 64th Street with less active uses, such as the utility space and the bike storage facing the alley. The townhomes could be made more active by eliminating the internal access to the garage, forcing people to enter into their units from the front and not through the garage. Creative use of public art to activate any streets and blank walls was suggested as well. The issues to be concerned is design, the preliminary design and preference for materials, the unit mix, whether you're satisfied with the proposed mix and size, and does the commission find the use of the site exclusively for residential development satisfactory and in conformance with approved PUD. So that, so basically on which ground floor frontages should there be townhouses be located, and on which frontages should the resident amenities and less active utility bike storage uses be located. So that's sort of how, whether the commission is in agreement with staff in terms of using the frontages a little differently than that is being proposed. So that concludes my presentation, and we are here to listen to your comments. And if you have any questions from me, I would be happy to answer that. Otherwise, the applicant does have a presentation.
I just had one question. You commented about the fact that you felt the townhouses should be entered from the sidewalk and not from the garage. Actually, all of the access from the garage actually goes through a lobby before it gets to... Well, no, here, you have to go through the lobby to get to this corridor in every single case. You know, you go through a lobby before you can get into that. Okay. So that it's not as if you're just going from the garage straight into your...
Yes, you do go into the garage, but you're not using your porches on the front. The idea is for, ideally, you would, park your car and get out of the building and enter from the front. That was the idea, to act. So, because in the past, we have seen that the porches are often not used in townhomes if the entrance is, whether you can enter your unit from the garage, because the tendency is for people to park their cars and go directly internally into your unit, leaving the front and the front porch is pretty much unused.
Well, that means you'd have to carry your groceries a lot further.
That would be a consideration. I mean,
and
again,
you need to go
there
into
are
the lobby
trade-offs.
anyway to pick up your mail. And the way it works now is you go from the garage into a lobby before you get to your townhouse.
Or you could park your car, pick up your mail.
It's like Commissioner Moss said in the last project, it's just to encourage the people to be active in the neighborhood rather than just ducking in their garage and ducking in a back door. So it's a personal feeling, whether you support that or not is up to you.
Right.
But you're saying that we shouldn't have it at all.
Right.
They must go outside.
Exactly.
Yeah. Still have to go through the lobby and then around, same here, and around.
They still have to go to the lobby to get their mail. Then they go outside. Okay.
Yeah.
So were there any further questions?
I have a question. So there are a couple, I mean, look, when I look at the PUD and then I look at the plans, there are and I know, and I met with the applicant at one point, and there seems like there's a couple things that are impacting this building that I don't even know are approved revisions to the PUD yet, including the revisions to the park layout, the revisions to the now we're calling it grocery store site layout. You know, have any of those changes, revisions to the PUD been approved at this point?
No, you have been looking at a whole series of study sessions. So the first FDP that you'll be approving is the park at this point. That's the only thing that I have scheduled, that we have tentatively scheduled.
Okay.
So the rest of it is, they're all study sessions. Does that answer your question?
It does, it does. And I have another question, which is, it's just more of a general question. I mean, on both of these buildings, we're seeing a maximum height that's twice what what's coming before us, and I'm sure construction type has a big impact on what's being proposed. But also, I'm wondering if it's even possible to meet the open space requirements and build buildings that are 150, 175 feet on these sites, or are we pretty much already at the maximum height when meeting the open space requirements?
Just, this is a PUD, so the open space requirements are not applicable. And that's the idea of the PUD. So when they were conceiving of that tall building, they were not thinking of the open space because those criteria were not there.
Got it.
And also they're providing the expansion of the park, so.
Were there any other questions? In that case, I will hand it over to the applicant, and let me just expand.
Thank you again. Hello. So this is the theater site, and there we go. So you are correct. This is the site plan. We made a conscious decision to wrap townhouses around, I think you're calling it an alley, but I think it's kind of a street, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. We call it the street with no name at this point, along the pedestrianized street, and then up on 64th, because those were the kind of the more pedestrian friendly sides. The Shellmound side wasn't as pedestrian friendly as we get down further from the retail area. Retail kind of stops. But we did want to consider keeping a frontage along 63rd that had the appearances of retail and activation. So all that's in blue is our lobby and our lounge and our fitness and our bike shop and our children's center. Those are the areas that we've activated the street along 63rd, along with our bike storage and access to the street directly from this lobby at the corner. Our lounge and lobby area on this corner are for the resident entries. And the specific question about the townhouses, in the studies that we've done, it shows pretty much that the townhouses on grade on the sidewalk are much less successful if they're at sidewalk level than if they're up about 24 to 30 inches above the sidewalk. Hence the stoop and porch concept, where there's actually a stoop and a porch where you walk up to your unit. It does a couple of things. It provides a little bit of privacy for people just walking by your front window, your living room, and looking directly into your space. What we have seen is that quite often, if it's flush to the sidewalk, they solve that problem with about a 6-foot tall concrete block wall with a gate in it, and that doesn't really enhance the pedestrian experience either. So the stoop and porch part, we've lifted the units above the sidewalk about 24 inches. From an accessibility point of view, the only way we can get legal accessibility by federal fair housing is to provide access from the parking from the back if our houses aren't flush to the street, because you can't get from the sidewalk up to the house unless you have an accessible route. So that's what drove the corridor behind the units, and it goes, as mentioned, through the lobby, through the mailroom, down the corridor, and you can have accessible route to your unit. It's a federal fair housing issue.
Can I ask you a question? So
Certainly.
so 100% of the units have to be accessible?
Yes. The thing that does not have to be accessible is the second floor of that townhouse. 100% of the units have to be accessible, yes. That, okay? So,
Had discussions about this at staff level, and it was discussed extensively at DCC. It seems to be sort of an open question, considering whether, well, I guess technically these aren't really townhouses. They're two-story apartments or something. Because my understanding from the building division is that townhouses per se do not have to be accessible, or 10% of them have to be accessible, but these are within a building and they're not really townhouses. So it's unclear whether they're all required to be accessible or not.
Is that affected by whether they're rental or ownership or not?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
townhouse units that are directly on the ground have to be accessible, and they have to have an accessible bathroom on the ground level also. So from our point of view, liability and professionally, we don't quibble with the law. We try and follow it, and federal fair housing, it's not an ADA issue, that's commercial, it's federal fair housing. We try and just comply, and that's what the law says. So that's why we did it, was to create that separation and also to have legal access to the back of the units. On the upper level, we have the second level of parking, and we have the second level of the townhouses. And you'll notice there is no walkway corridor back there because we don't need second level access to the back of the townhouse. And then up to the top on the podium, we have our corridor and our courtyard. The courtyard is about 115 feet east to west and about 120 feet north to south. And then we have put a two-story element, or actually a one-story with a roof deck, to break open that street wall and allow, well, there it is. The mouse keeps moving on me here. So it's a live mouse. So that's the courtyard. So the space internally is quite large. This is the 63rd Street elevation. Again, we're using similar materials that we're using on the other building. What we're trying to do is to make these buildings cousins, but not brother, sister. So we want them to be distant relatives. So we're using a lot of the same material types, metal, panels, some stucco, a variety of colors, materials, and textures. And we're also trying to create a sense on the street level of a retail storefront, glass, visually accessible street. We've also got that upper level roof deck that's in that break in the building. Coming around the side on the street yet to be named is the beginning of the townhouses. Those townhouses, I think you can see, oh man, here we go, have these steps up to the stoop. There's a stoop up to a porch. And then there's planting along that street to soften that edge. It's got a much more residential feeling along this street than it does on A, for example, because that's all retail. So we wanted to soften that, change materials, introduce some new colors, some wood-like materials on the ground level. And then coming to the corner of Shellmound and 63rd, this is looking down towards our leasing and lobby and lounge area, and you can see the bike shop, the fitness center, all along that edge of the street. Again, the materials are similar, used and placed differently. There's board formed concrete, there is use of brick, there's a use of stucco, and also panels. Oops, not going anywhere. So April, your turn again.
Hi, April Phillips again. Similar to Parcel A, we primarily focused on the streetscape for this session. We'll come back at the next session with both podiums, just to let you know. And again, similar to Parcel A, these streets have been gone through other study sessions and have been before you as far as the plant palettes, the bioretention, all of the site furnishings, and so on and so forth. So you're seeing the same kinds of things. The Shellmound tree, for example, is the same, the oak, and so on and so forth. This is an example on 64th Street where we wanted to show the flexible space after we have the 8-foot wide circulation, and we have the 4'6" bioretention or planting, depending on where we are. Is the 2-foot flex space where we're proposing to do planting instead of just paving, because we do think it softens. We're looking at both planting in the ground as well as planters, so that we create some kind of rhythm. As we study the elevations, we'll decide where should it be in the ground, where do we enhance the entrances to the stoops, and where might we do some paving. There might be, because it is flexible space, be some areas where it is paving, but we're going to continue to look at that and involve it. So as you can see, the trees on 64th, 63rd, and the Alley Street are all Tristanian converters, which again, working with our arborist and Hart Howerton, who has been developing these streets, which we are now further developing. There was more variety before, but we've come to one tree that is evergreen for these 3 streets because of all of the situations with climate and so on and so forth. And I believe the next image is the site sections that you have before you, which show that on the upper left, which is Shellmound, there is no parking, because we're pretty much, this is Shellmound, and then you're at the railroad with the, this again is the 18-foot sidewalk, so it does continue that pedestrian experience along Shellmound. We've cut the section at 64th Street, where we have our cutout. We'll have a garden kind of entrance into the lobby, because we have more space after we've done our pedestrian sidewalks and our plantings. And on 63rd and the Alley Street, the one street that we're a little bit under, we still meet the 12'6" width, is the alley, where we're 6 foot clear instead of 8 foot clear, but we do have the 2-foot flex space. We are proposing to use that flex space for planting instead of paving, again, because we have all of the townhome units there. We do think that is enough for the amount of circulation that would be on that street, so we felt it wasn't, that was okay, and we'd rather soften the lands, the building there, than just have the 8-foot clear. We were looking for your feedback on that, but we think that seemed to be the right way to go for this, to create a more green experience. At all of the corners, we do pop out and have more planting. This is, except for the corner at Shellmound and 63rd, where we are a little bit more plaza-like, because that is sort of that prow as you're kind of going now back towards the retail. Everything else does have more planting here where we could widen whenever there's the parking spaces. So I believe that might be it. So
that was it.
That was it.
So that was my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you have. Thankfully, we have no bridge on this project, so as a relief.
I'm just wondering, it appears that you have street parking at least on 2 sides, if not on 3 sides, and there's a lot of bioswale planting. How are people getting out of their cars to the sidewalk when that happens?
On D Street, for Building D, we have breakouts in between every 20 feet or so of the bioswales, especially on 64th. There's the tree grates, there's breakings where we think the doors are, based on the parking spaces so far, and that's the main way. And so it's kind of be continually working that out, but that has been looked at as the way to do it. It's never continuous. It breaks up for pedestrian flow through cars.
Thank you.
Does that answer your question?
I had a question. When you were the mouse was flipping around, it seemed like, could I see the view of the Shellmound
Yes.
frontage?
That's 60, that's the unnamed street.
Just like it was closer to the beginning there.
Oh, I'm sorry, going the wrong way. No, there's no Shellmound Street. No.
I could have sworn I saw it. Huh. So you don't have any view of Shellmound?
Go back a couple more.
Yeah.
Go forward a couple more. There's one that you said was.
I saw one.
Another one?
That's the townhouses. This is the corner of Shellmound.
Right, and 60.
And 63rd.
Go one more.
That's
The very
back to the
beginning?
entry for materials.
Oh, that street. What was it? What is that?
That's the townhouses.
On 64th or the alley?
Weird.
Oh, 64th it says, okay. Yeah, I don't think there is a deal with it. Because that's where all the,
That's sort of one of the areas we're trying to figure out what's going on there. And are any of the units have universal design or are fitted for that?
All the units that we design are all universal design, and they're all 100% accessible. Always.
When you say 100% accessible, they're built out or they're adaptable?
From the countertop point of view or the grab bar point of view, that's an adaptability, but the accessible part is clearances, door swings, kitchen depths, paths of travel. That's the accessible part. And then the countertop lowering, they're all adaptable to accommodate that.
That's accepting the second floor of the townhouses, right?
That's correct.
Your floor plan for the townhouses doesn't exactly match the elevations shown in your perspectives. Floor plan shows no window in the smaller bedroom. Which I assume there is.
There would be windows in all bedrooms on the townhouses.
Any other questions of the applicant? All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
So at this point, we'll open the public comment. If there's anyone still here who would like to speak on this item, please come forward.
John Sherman, the last time for tonight. I sent in my email one of my concerns about this overall project, and that is that one night we look at the park, one night we look at the grocery store. Tonight we looked at two different projects, but basically in two different parcels. So my concern is we're losing the overall, how does everything work together? I'm really concerned about that in two areas specifically, and that's pedestrian travel. How does it all fit together? And I'm not convinced that it does. And then the other is transportation. And this is really opportune timing tonight with what we saw from the EBOT study, from what AC Transit is proposing. And thank you, Charlie, for the clarification on that it's not really part of the study. It was just informational. But out of that, what's really important is that we see that they are targeting really bringing a lot of transit to this neighborhood, which is fantastic. It's really what's going to change our neighborhood. And what's important is that we accommodate that transit. I think we have an excellent opportunity to incorporate that transit and create not only a bus stop, but a future streetcar stop, a bike share pod, casual carpool, and we do that on 63rd Street. And what that might mean for this project is possibly expanding that street and really making it a true street. We might actually have to move it a little closer to the grocery store to provide more sidewalk space, because we have to have a space for bus shelters or incorporate bus shelters into the design. But it's an opportunity that I think we really need to take advantage of, because if we don't, we have no place for the transit to go. And we keep adding and adding more density to the area, but we're not taking the transit into consideration. So here's our solution for that. So I would encourage you to request that the developer work with AC Transit and the Emeryville TMA to come up with a workable plan that accommodates the bus stops and the casual carpool and the future bike pod. Thank you.
Chair, is it appropriate to ask a question of the speaker?
Sure, go ahead.
I was just wondering, why is 63rd a better option than 64th Street? That's already wide enough.
Because that's where we want to center the activity. We want to make it like the streetcar stops of yesterday, where people get off the bus, it activates the street. So we're going to activate the retail that's on one side. We're going to activate the park. We're going to stream people through where we want to stream them through. 64th Street is kind of a dead street. Certainly would activate it, but for what reason? This would activate retail that could be there, bring the people as close to the retail as we can.
Any other comments? All right, seeing none, we will bring this back to the commission for discussion. Why don't you?
Do we have to do a special thing to go after 11:30 at night?
We do, yeah. That's so the staff just alerted me to that. So we have slightly more than 10 minutes before we turn into pumpkins. Do we want to extend the meeting to 11:45? Do you think we can be done by then?
I could stay. I'd like to finish.
Yes, I'd like a quick break, though.
Okay, so do we want to take a quick break now? How about yeah, it's just as quick as possible, and then we'll come back and adjourn by 11:45.
Okay.
just kind of a block. Yeah, I mean, that's it. The original one. Had 30 units, and Maru said including 68
Stewart.
townhouses, but even if you add 68 townhouses.
We get started here?
Yeah. All right, we'll resume the meeting, and we will commence our discussion of this item.
Do you want me to start?
Sure.
Okay. So going through the staff report, the main thing that I really want to iterate is I totally agree with staff's recommendation of rotating the building. I believe the townhouses should be on 63rd and 64th. No matter what you do, that Emmy Apartments that is being completed on Christie they actually have a backside. And townhouses looking out onto that, I don't think is going to be very attractive. I think facing the park and facing the public market is going to be a much more pleasant experience for those who live there. I think this is not really the retail side of it, so I don't think that that's so critical. And I think putting the dog wash and the bike parking that are on Shellmound is going to give us that retail look and kind of carry that through. I just think that whole idea is a much better idea and a better prospect, so I'm definitely in support of that. I think that, well, so I'll just start with what I like and et cetera. Generally, I like the clean and contemporary style. I like the glass balconies that are partially glass and then full glass. I like the angled part of the building that's more, if you're looking at the 63rd Street, the building that's more towards Christie, I like there's kind of angles to the balconies and stuff. I like that. Some suggestions I have is the architectural style needs more work. This looks a bit rough and unfinished. I think that's kind of where we are in a study session, but I think we need to flesh that out a bit more. Again, keep the paint palette simple and reduced. We don't need to go back into the funny papers again. Use other materials other than stucco, of course. You're going to hear that from me all the time. For me, a standard that I'm kind of beginning to accept is I'd like to see less than 50% stucco in a project. Put the residential amenities, like I said, on Shellmound Street, and the utilities, because that's what's on Shellmound now, is you have your utility boxes, your utility access, and that's much more suited to the street with no name than it is on Shellmound Street. So I think that whole rotation idea is the idea to go with. I feel, as I questioned the speaker, that for me, I really think the transit hub is better on 64th Street. It's already wide enough to accommodate that. If we're doing this rotation and putting the townhouses there, I don't want to see all that activity. And I think on the side where we have the existing apartments, where their garages come out and et cetera, is a bit more appropriate for transit stops, carpools. And I think it's still close enough to the whole development that it's still going to work in the same respect. But I do believe that in all future project proposals on this project that we really knit together the pedestrian, the transit experience, the bikes, the bike share. I think that needs to be a total component of the package, that we need to quit looking at this project by project and site by site, but how does this relate and how are we going to reach our goal of making this a livable, walkable community? I think in this structure, I did identify some places for bike lockers. I'm going to always push those because I think they're very important if we want to really get people to live on their bikes and not just use them recreationally. The things I dislike is architecturally, it is not very exciting. It's very blocky, too much stucco. Overall, the design does not seem as well thought out as the building on Shellmound. I kind of think you guys really put a lot more thought and concentration on that. Hopefully, probably thinking that was going to move forward a little faster. So on the part of the staff that they want us to consider, the design definitely needs improving and upgrading. The unit mix I'm fine with. I really find it, as long as it meets what we're trying to do in family-friendly housing stuff, I don't propose to know your business and how you can successfully rent your apartments. I'd rather see them filled than empty or half-emptied. All residential with no mixed use for this particular structure I'm fine with because I think there's plenty of other retail and et cetera in the project. So that's my comment.
Overall, I do agree with a lot of your comments. I think the design needs to be toned down and of a higher quality in terms of the color and the use of stucco. And I am a little concerned about having any backside to this building. I like the idea of locating the dog washing area and the bike shop, et cetera, on Shellmound. That makes some sense to me. It continues that kind of commercial feel. I'm concerned about what's happening across the street on 63rd and how that's going to, is that going to be the back of a grocery store? And you know, what's going on there? It's almost as if that's going to be the back of a grocery store and cars coming in and out of it, then the alleyway becomes the better space for, you know, looking at the whole package a little bit more in terms of what that second space, and I know you've got some of that coming up soon, so hopefully that'll be handled. And I think Mr. Sherman had a really good point about making sure that transit options are looked at closely with this entire site, and I'd like to see some information about that. I thought the mix of units, would like to see more 2 and 3 bedrooms and less 1 bedroom. Again, the studios looked really odd. There was no door facing in the bedroom, and it was kind of facing the refrigerator. Sort of, I can't even imagine what the hum would be like all night. I wasn't sure if that had been worked out yet. Again, I'd like to see podium level elevations and also views from each side of the building, because that is important. It seems fine that it's exclusively for residential. That makes sense to me. And and Stipa arundinacea might as well be an annual around here, so it doesn't last very long. I don't think it gets the heat it wants. But I think the tree selection's interesting, so I'm looking forward to seeing that. Yeah.
I would like to see more detail. We have no elevations of the building. The perspective drawings don't really get into the details, so you can't understand what the trim is going to be like, even what the railings are going to be like. And really, I think we need to see that. Other than that, I agree with most of the other comments that have been made.
Yeah, this does seem to be less far along than the Parcel A was, and I actually found the Parcel A architecture more interesting, probably because there was more detail on it. I actually did like the way the balconies were moving around on that one. I thought it gave some kind of motion. I know that the staff report said that this is a smaller project than was approved, but looking at the numbers, there was the same number of units. It's just that the other one was a taller, more slender apartment building, and this is a blockier one. I'm not sure whether that's a good thing or not, but I'm having a little bit of a problem also with what is the frontage of, which frontage is the most appropriate for townhouses for people's access, because as Commissioner Kummerly said, I don't know whether it's going to be the back of a grocery store that people are looking at, or the back of a ground floor building with a blank wall with some art features on it. So it would be really, really useful to have a better sense of what the surroundings are going to be on this, to the extent that that can be shown. I also think that there should be more of a mix of larger units of 2 and 3 bedrooms. We're up to here with the studios and the 1 bedrooms, and we need some more large units. And I think that having it all residential is okay. We're getting a lot of retail around here, so hopefully the residential is going to be supporting the retail and keep things active. that's it for right now.
I had a question for the applicant, actually. I remember when we looked at the theater site, I thought there was a plan showing the loading for the grocery store. Can you come up and tell us the location for that? I seem to recall that it was on 63rd and that we had quite a bit of discussion about large trucks and what their route was.
How do we get back?
It's at the very beginning, right there.
Right there. Okay, good. All right. So right now, the loading, move this around. The loading would be through here. This would be the area where it loads. So the access to for the customers is here and drive up on top.
Okay, I'm remembering
but
now.
the loading is right out through up here and then out that way. So this is where the loading would be.
Thank you. So with that said, I think it's a bit challenging to think about moving the townhouses over to 63rd Street at this stage until we see, if that's going to be the final layout of the loading situation for that grocery store. It's too soon to finalize where to put those townhomes. I thought that where the townhomes are located currently on the street that doesn't have a name yet. Have there been names proposed? I thought that could work, except for the fact that there is a blank wall that they're staring at. I felt that it would actually have more of a refuge spot and that people may be more willing to use their entrances and exits if they weren't being bombarded with trucks or traffic. So maybe there could be some treatment in the future of the backside of that Essex building, or to make that alley more inviting so that you could leave those townhomes there. The other thing I wanted to touch on for the townhomes is we talked about wanting to encourage the tenants to come out onto the street to enter the unit, and as Commissioner Cardoza pointed out, that would require the person would need to carry their groceries quite a ways. The question I had is how would they handle their trash? So they'd have to come out onto the street, go all the way around and back into the trash room. So that's a little bit of a conundrum, because on the other hand, I see a lot of the situations where townhomes are just, it's dismal on that side. No one uses that. They go into the building to go into their unit, and they really just ignore that part of their dwelling. So it's pretty sad. So that's something that we're going to need to scratch our heads on a bit more. With regard to, I think those are my comments on the design. I'll just reiterate what the other commissioners have said and what I said on the previous project with regard to the design. I think that more time and energy was spent on Parcel A, so that one was a little further along, and that this one sort of maybe just got in the time crunch and could just use a little more concentration.
Could I give just a quick background or something about the townhouses and entering and exiting there? I think where these are going to differ from like the Artist Walk on San Pablo and Elevation 22, which is on Powell Street. This neighborhood's very active with walkers and people.
So actually, those weren't the examples that I had in mind. But let me just run through the rest of my comments, and we can maybe come back to yours. So for the unit mix, I just don't want to lose my train of thought here. Yeah. Unit mix, I felt that, I thought the unit mix was pretty decent. I'm definitely excited to see more townhome type units. As far as the layout, although I do encourage more units with more bedrooms, because that is inherently more family friendly. Again, I'll just reiterate what I said before, that I think that you should look to the earlier example for the types of units for families and how those layouts might want to look. And then as far as the mix of uses, I'm fine with not adding additional retail here. The verdict's out in terms of swapping the location of these townhomes away from the street that will have a name at some point. So the example that I was thinking of was on San Pablo near McDonald's. I don't know that street. I think it's 60
That's the
something.
Artist Walk. That's called Artist
That's
Walk.
the, okay, so that property is in Oakland, correct? Okay, on San Pablo.
Yeah. But I don't want to take up a lot of everyone else's time. It's just our neighborhood.
That was the one that I see the most, where
there's-
it's just,
There's nothing there. There's nothing to leave your house and walk out to. You're going to get in your car and go somewhere. Where this neighborhood is full of amenities that you're going to walk to. And people in the apartments next to us at 64 often use that big staircase to exit their house. They're not coming out of the garage. So I think that's going to be less of a problem than we're experiencing in existing townhomes that we have in Emeryville. So just my input.
hopefully, yeah.
From what I see.
I hope so. Because right now, I mean, Artist Walk, I mean, I do think that there are places that are developing along that area. So I guess I don't agree that there's nothing
But
for them
compare
to
it to
go
what's
to.
that public market and what's going to be there.
Well, I have an opinion and you have yours.
Oh, that's, yeah.
All right, I think if we could either finish your comments or maybe move on to Brad's, just so we
Yeah,
can finish
my comments are finished. I just wanted to, you know, he's trying to convince me, but I have an opinion.
I know.
Yeah, I guess I look at this and I look at the original PUD, and that's why I asked the question earlier about what has been approved. Because when I look at the original PUD, the commercial here at Parcel C was a lot smaller. There was a plaza between it and Shellmound, and the park came up to almost to the corner of Parcel D, the southwest corner. And so this building had previously, or at least per the PUD still is, less isolated than the building that's being proposed because of other proposals. And so, and I worry about it because when I go to what's being built and what's already sort of to the north of this, it's just this, it feels very isolated. And it feels like sort of, again, it's like the back of something. And I feel like, that's where my concern lies with Parcel D more than anything else, is that it facing, I mean, the way that it's designed right now, the lobby, the entry, and I mean, as much as we want to focus on the townhouses, and townhouses are key, but there's 12 townhouses in a 22 unit building, so 210 of the units are going through the lobby and going into, up the elevator, et cetera. And so, where that entrance is really the main entrance of this building. And it's going to have other associated activities, gym, fitness, et cetera. And right now, that's all shown facing 63rd, which is a narrow street, facing the backside of a grocery store, with parking on top of it. At least that's what we're hearing. So I don't know. I don't know if we've gone too far down the path with the park design and some of the other things, but I just feel like we've lost track of the big picture. And, one thought was, is there a way to salvage this without going all the way back on the park design? The alley that's currently in the public market where the broken rack used to be, that will inevitably become something else. And is there a way to continue that alley through the commercial space that's slated for the grocery store, so that you're at least bringing something back into that area? Because, 63rd's a narrow street. Unfortunately, the jog over at Christie prevents it even from, continuing more than really one block. You could call it 2 blocks, but that street with no name feels more like a parking lot right now, and I don't know if it's going to feel like much more after this building's built. And so that's really my main concern, is just how to tie this building back into everything else, and is there a way to do it before we've approved away any possibility of salvaging it, other than a building with, we're talking about a building with 4 sides, but it's kind of a building with 4 backs. And that's what I think is going to make it not the most desirable place to live, unless we can resolve the bigger picture portion of it. And then just some other, comments. We're talking about the porches and having porches a couple steps up, and I agree, having porches a couple step up help activate them a little bit or make them useful. But that's because the idea of a porch that's useful is one that is a transition zone from the private to the public realm. And so when you have got porches that have two doors from two different units entering onto them, they're already not going to be used, aside from possibly entry. And then the fact that there's no rails or anything to give them any privacy, it's just going to be a place where people walk in or out if they do that at all, if they're not just doing it straight from the garage. And then, again, just, similar to the other one, trying to get more porosity between the corridors and the courtyard, more openness between the courtyard and the surrounding neighborhood. I do see more of that here than on the other Parcel A, but again, it's the back of a grocery store that it's opening to, and so I don't know. I'd love to see. Is the park best without any retail in it at all, or would it be would it be activated by having a little bit of retail in it and a piece of the park back where it was originally supposed to be, over at the sort of the where part of the grocery store now is? Should we have gotten rid of the plaza on the northeast corner of this building over at 63rd altogether, or would that help? But right now, this building's just really feeling like it's just sandwiched back behind everything else, and I don't see it being that pleasant to go there or live there, unless some of these things are resolved.
Okay, I'll try to keep this super brief so we can get out of here on time.
2 minutes.
So I do have a question for the applicant that I forgot to ask earlier. So looking at the floor plans and everything, it seems to me this would be the building of the two that are more appropriate for families. Yeah, this one. Okay. So that said, I would really like to see some sort of playground or children's amenity in the courtyard. I know you haven't really fleshed out the courtyard yet, but I think the first project that we saw did that, and I think it's really an amenity. I think it's really important if we're going to try to encourage families. And then I would just say, in the interest of not repeating anything and in the interest of time, everything Commissioner Keller said about the architecture and the stucco I agree with. And the only other thing I have is, so I would support sort of, well, I don't know if it's rotating the building, or what I would do is put all the blue uses on Shellmound, and the townhomes, the sort of long wall of them on maybe 63rd, and the short wall of them on 64th. And all of that mechanical, electrical, bike storage stuff on the street with no name. And which is going to look at sort of the backside of that other building. And then the only other last thing is regarding the townhomes. I'm really sort of upset that we, I understand there are all kinds of regulations you have to work within, but I think what those regulations are doing are sort of forcing us to choose between one bad street condition and another bad street condition. So maybe, but what I will say is, and I couldn't look this up completely, but whatever the interface was with the units at the Uptown project in Oakland on those little side streets, I didn't have time to go there today, and I couldn't look it up on Google Earth or Street View because it wasn't on Street View. But whatever that project did works really well. And I can't remember exactly what it is. The units might be, I know the units are either up or below the street. I think they might be a little below the street. I don't think they have access from the street, but it's really apparent as you walk along there that all of those units, all of those stoops are being used. People have planted all kinds of different things out there. They have seating. They have all kinds of different things. They're not very big stoops, but they really work for some reason. So I would say whatever they did there, do exactly that. So I think that concludes my comments. Is there anything anybody else wants to add real quickly? Nope. All right. So I think with that, we are done. Oh, we have commissioner comments. So nobody wanted to add anything for commissioner comments.
I have two quick comments. So we got the flyer on the Emery Arts Festival, which kicks off October 10th. I just wanted to mention 2 other events that are happening locally, one here in Emeryville, one in Oakland. October 26th is the Harvest Festival, so that's taking place at Marina Park. So I look forward to seeing some folks there. And then also in Oakland is the Rockridge Out and About Festival on October 12th. And I will be at a booth there with Oakland Ballet Company as a representative from the Board of Trustees. So hope to see some of you there too as well. Thanks.
And then there's just the grand opening of the new bakery on 65th Street. That is happening on October 18th, Saturday. It's in the location where Aquarius Cafe used to be. And it's really good stuff.
Great.
Right?
Anything else?
It's already open, right?
Yeah. Soft opening, the grand opening Saturday.
All right, with that, we are adjourned.